All right. Hopefully this will work. Howdy, Blue Nose. So make sure it's coming through here. Says I'm live. Wow, the delay on this thing is amazing. All right, one moment. I forgot to get this. Hold on. All right, there we go. Okay, 5 of you in here. Super. Good to see you. Julia, how goes? All right, so I want to watch this. I don't know if you have had a chance to watch it. The RCMP press conference this morning. Thank you very much for those of you who continue to follow this story. I would say that your pressure is making differences. There were some even today. So every little bit helps, and that's great. Nikki, Sad, Anita, Faye, hello. Oh, good. The gang, right? Okay, 15. Wow. Okay, so I want to hear your guys' observations as we go. When I watched it, and thank you ever so much, Nikki, for Missy. This is I didn't know, but that's probably the way they like it, right? They don't want people to know. So thank you very much. The stream starts late, the recording that I made. So my apologies. I think he's giving. He's paying respects to the family members when it starts, and it's partway through. So my apologies to all the family members who inadvertently were their loved one was not recorded. But I think it's imperative that we watch it and see what we can garner and share and learn, and maybe they'll watch. Maybe they'll learn, which would be great. So when I watched it, I'm going to come at this kind of from two different angles. First, I will say the language used is very important. This is the way that all press conferences are run these days. You'll notice it. You know, you may think that I'm being exaggerating or whatever. It's these people are very well schooled, and I would say in something called NLP, which is neuro linguistic programming. So that's why you hear people say, "Thank you very much for that question." Address people by names. You get a lot of the crazy language like robust, and these words that absolutely are frivolous and meaningless. Once you can kind of see through that junk, you've got obviously the French thing in there, but there's a lot of this personal, like, oh, we really care about you kind of attitude, like you're having a chat with a friend. These people aren't friends, right? Even if they were doing a great, fantastic job, they're not friends. They're policemen or they're politicians or whatever, right? They're not somebody that you're sitting down and having a chat with. But that's the way that they like to address people, because it does something to the mind. It's very psychological. Call me tinfoil? Absolutely true. And then you've got the communist language in there, which is sad. But you'll see all the words most people know them, but there's a lot of them, and they're gross and just nothing. Fulsome. There we go. Sad. Exactly. Hello, Shar. Granny, Ken, Peter. Wow. Good to see you all. Schooner. Thank you. Tara's here. Thank you. The gift is from Tara. Before I start this, on another note, get back to that. The stuff I've been talking about boarding school, I'm going to continue doing that. It's a difficult. It's difficult for me, but it's very important, I think, not just on a personal level, but it's important and a healing process for me, but it's also very important for other victims who are out there. And not just that, this is many of these people grow up to be leaders in our society. So it's important on so many levels. So thank you to those of you who are following that. I really appreciate it. I appreciate the support I've gotten from some people. Again, please, to those boys and out there, my heart goes out to you. I know, and all the people who love them, because they get a really damaged product. Okay, back to Nova Scotia. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to watch and pause, try and read what you're writing. So please do share and share my observations. I'm going to come at it from two different levels. Okay, the RCMP absolutely just wants to blaze by this one, right? And so what they've done is their typical thing. I would say, in my observation, limited as it may be, but certainly I'm decently schooled on it now and always learning. There is some headway here, so that's good. The two levels I'm going to come at it from are April 2020, because we still, to me, this is obviously the focus was that event. That's what brought us all together. And the RCMP like to kind of just push it into, well, it's all these other major changes that we're going to make, which of course are good in theory if you're practical about them, and they're not a whole bunch of new study groups and all this junk. So there's two different levels there, right? There's 2020, April 1819, and then the events that transpired on there, the investigation, what the lack thereof, and because obviously nothing really happened. And I would say that's very purposeful, because they have a lot to hide. And then we have the RCMP in general, which is broken and has been broken for a very long time. So there are things that need to be fixed there. And then we have the investigation side. Okay, so have I said hello to everybody? Am I caught up here? Beware, says Peter, the weighted language of Jonestown Welcoming Committee. Yes, the languaging is very important. I mean, I can't stress that enough. It is something. Neurolinguistic programming is very much a thing. They like to say it's kind of a pseudoscience, but it's got some, important people that are, well, not important people, but something that psychologists that are certainly attached to it. And I would say that's why I'm sure you guys can observe the language, right? Not just the communist language, but the, feel good and the, you're never going to find the answer. We got that again today. I like that. I really like that. How, well, we'll not, maybe we won't implement everything. Well, of course you're not. Of course you're not. And on some levels, frankly, those of you who may disagree with me, I don't want, say, one particular element. This business that they try to change policing into academia. I'm sorry, policing is not academia. I don't want policemen sitting around studying and learning books because, frankly, most of the people I've been to university with couldn't do shit. And if that's not something that you are the street smarts, the physical training, the, regimented part. You don't push this off in Dalhousie or U of C or U of Vic or whatever, Queens. No, that doesn't mean that you're a good police officer. That takes a totally different mindset and physical abilities, right? And I would say very much the RCMP are having big issues, which they kind of even stipulate too a bit in this. Okay, please. Thank you, Tara. I appreciate that. All right. So I think I've got this set up here. I should. Hold on one moment. All right. So like I said, my apologies to those family members who I started the recording late. Thank you very much again, Nikki, for being on the ball. Thank you to all of you who are continuing to stay with the story. Very important. RCMP are feeling the heat. And it's not about, burning these people. It is about how do we have the best system possible so that people are protected. And don't, lose the good ones. All right, so here we go. We'll start into it 9 minutes late.
And Frank Golinchin, Alana Jenkins and Sean McLeod, Lisa McCulley, Heather O'Brien, Jolene Oliver, and Aaron and Emily Tuck, Constable Heidi Stevenson, Joanne Thomas and John Zale, and Joey Weber. Please join me in a moment of remembrance. Thank you. Merci. I would like to acknowledge the families, including those who met with us yesterday. They have endured hardship, and I truly can't even imagine, and they continue to persevere and honor the memory of their loved ones. It's also important to acknowledge our RCMP employees here in Nova Scotia who respond to this incident with courage and conviction and suffered the loss of an incredible colleague. I'm honored to serve alongside of you. Il m'importe également de reconnaître les employés de la GRC ici en Nouvelle-Écosse qui ont participé aux interventions avec courage et conviction et qui ont perdu un collègue exceptionnel. C'est un immense honneur de servir à vos côtés. The MCC's findings and recommendations have significant implications for the RCMP, police services across the country, all levels of government, and Canadian society at large.
So, great question. If you go to I believe I included the link in the description. I believe I did. If you go to the actual, I try and archived it. The update thing. Oh, shoot. I don't know where it is. Anyway, They said 22, and no mention. No mention of an unborn child. No 23, obviously. But this is all part of that system. All right.
I want to reiterate my apology to the families, the people in Nova Scotia, RCMP employees, and all Canadians that we're unable to keep everyone safe from harm. On behalf of the RCMP, I'm sorry for the pain and suffering you have had to do and continue to endure. The Commission found areas that could have and should have worked better. My commitment is to make improvements and respond to the Commission's findings. This is why I created a Reform, Accountability and Culture sector, which includes a team dedicated to addressing the MCC and other external reviews.
Okay, so here we go right away. They're setting up new boards, new bloated nonsense, right? Already you have the recommendations, but you need to go into it more. Typical RCMP, okay?
C'est pourquoi j'ai créé le secteur de réforme, reddition de comptes et de culture, qui inclut une équipe qui a pour mandat de répondre aux rapports de CPM et d'autres examens externes. This sector is strengthening our response to our reform commitments and helping us meet expectations of Nova Scotians and Canadians for an improved RCMP. Ce secteur nous aide à remplir nos engagements en matière de réforme et à rendre aux attentes de la population de la Nouvelle-Écosse et du Canada à l'égard d'une GRC améliorée. Of note, the team has examined each recommendation, undertaken analysis and research, and engaged subject matter experts both inside and outside the RCMP.
Okay, remember, they didn't read the report. I think this is a point that they should always be held to their the grindstone on this one. They did not read the report when it was released. Okay, obviously that was intentional, so that then they could say, well, we can't answer the question because we don't really know because we haven't read the report. But who doesn't read the report? And they have teams of people, literally, that are aides to the commissioner. Total junk. And they knew it.
I've done a crosswalk with recommendations of other significant external reviews. As part of our review, we prioritized the recommendations that needed the most immediate attention and effort, and those with the most significant impact on the safety and security of the public, employees, and the communities we serve. The result is a long-term approach that aims to bring sustained change to the RCMP. The strategy we published today on our website online work that began before the MCC tabled in its final report dating back in 2020. It explains of the work that is ongoing and confirms that there is more to be done. It is a demonstration of my commitment and that of the whole RCMP to respond to the MCC's recommendations. Of the 130 recommendations, we are focused on the 33 under our direct control.
33. Interesting. Okay.
Des 130 recommandations, nous nous concentrons sur les 33 qui sont sous notre contrôle direct. We are contributing to another 55 recommendations where the work requires collaboration with federal and provincial government or policing partners. For the remaining recommendation, we are actively seeking ways to contribute with governments and other partners. Nous contribuons à 55 autres qui exigent de collaborer avec nos partenaires policiers ou les divers paliers gouvernementaux. Quant aux autres recommandations, nous recherchons activement des moyens de soutenir leur mise en œuvre en collaboration avec les gouvernements et les partenaires. Many MCC recommendations call for changes to policing. The RCMP is uniquely positioned to play a leadership role with police services across Canada and internationally. We've briefed the Canadian Associated Chiefs of Police on our work at last year's General Assembly that was held in Ottawa. Our objectives were to explore ways to improve policing service across the country.
I wasn't invited to that meeting. Were you? Frankly, you have the technology. You can stream it. I would love to see the transparency on this one. Why don't they just show that? Show all the meetings with these people. It's our police force. We pay for it. Just wondering.
And to bring police leaders together to discuss best practices in responding to mass casualty incidents. As I share details on the progress we've made to date, I want to say that I'm pleased with what we've accomplished so far. A number of the recommendations have been completed, and we're advancing on many others. Alors que je partage les détails.
Okay, so please correct me if I'm wrong. Something will come up later, but please remember a question from a journalist. Please remember how he said they've been working tirelessly to fulfill the recommendations from the MCC. The 33 that are under their direct control. Okay, that will be a question later.
Des progrès réalisés à ce jour, je tiens à dire que je suis satisfait de ce que nous avons accompli jusqu'à présent. Un certain nombre de recommandations ont été mises en œuvre et nous avançons sur beaucoup d'autres. I'd like to highlight some of the progress for you today. First, we have been improving our overall approach to managing crisis, which spans 29 recommendations. Recognizing the importance of keeping Canadians informed about a threat to their safety, part of our work has been to rethink how we communicate during incidents. We now rely heavily on Alert Ready. We have changed our national policies, updated our training, and will continue to monitor and strengthen them as needed and expected.
Okay, so here we go with the we will do these things very vague and ambiguous. There isn't an actual, they're not sharing their strategy. They just say, well, we're going to be changing the policy. We will be. What does that mean? Before in the MCC, they said, well, the reason that we didn't use the Alert Ready was because it didn't, of course, it's all bullshit, right? But we didn't actually know that a mass shooting fell underneath a public alert. So, we were confused. We were confused whether we should use that or not. Okay, that's because there is a handbook. There's literally a binder. In fact, I know a little bit about it. There is a binders with actual operating procedures. It isn't that, we've been rethinking it and we're going to change something. It is that there is an actual procedure. What is the procedure? When are you going to use it? What have you changed? Do you follow? It's blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. With the NLP, which is supposed to dupe you and fool you. And you're like, wow, well, it sounds like they're doing something. They say they were doing something, but what is it that they've done? What's hardcore? Are there pages and procedures in that binder that say, when this happens, so next time when it happens again, you can say, look in the binder. Bullshit. Do you follow what I'm saying? Then they can say, well, mass shooting's not in there, so we didn't know. Is it in the binder now? Don't know. Thank you, Gayan.
Nous avons maintenant fortement recours au système en alerte. Nous avons changé nos pratiques nationales, mis à jour notre formation, et nous continuons de les vérifier ainsi que de les renforcer aux besoins et conformément aux attentes. We have implemented Blue Force tracking, which is now available to all members nationwide. This software allows us to see precise, real-time locations of our officers out in the field and allows a better coordination when responding to an incident.
Okay, so this is something that is, I don't know the word for it. It's not ambiguous. It is something. He's saying something. Now, a procedure has changed. Okay, so he's saying that we've come up with Blue Point. Okay, whatever. They love the fancy names, right? Blue Point. Okay, so we can tell where officers are. I showed in a video from Nova Scotia prior to April 18th, 2020, that they know where officers are. I have discussed it numerous times, but I've actually showed the RCMP video, their own video from Nova Scotia, not from Tuktoyaktuk, no, from Nova Scotia, saying that they have real-time software monitoring where every single car is. In fact, it's in the MCC documents. But so they like to say, and is he spelling out how that officers are being monitored, where they are? What does that mean? Does that mean a car? Does that mean a person? Right? Does it mean like cell phones obviously are the person? That's how they track. They certainly can trace that. They use it all the time in their code of conducts. Cell phones, work cell phones, and personal cell phones. They know exactly where people are, which then gets into why I'm saying that there's two different levels we're talking about here, right? One is the one that the RCMP obviously needs to improve their actions. But if we go back to that night, right? They know all of this stuff. They knew it then. Let me highlight one that's very, very, very important. Now, I spoke about that a lot. Celebrate. Celebrate is a program that the RCMP police forces around the world use, which came from a certain place. Anyway, it monitors. You can dump people's cell phones and you get everything off that person's cell phone. Like all of your search histories. It's scary, frankly. That's why people will one day come to the realization that technology is not your friend. None of it is. That's why, they use the 33 million cell phones that were 33 million cell phones that were monitored during COVID. They're monitoring where everybody was and doing whatever, right? Okay, real time. Well, like Blue Point. Do you follow? Anyway, you can dump a person's cell phone afterwards. They did dump two people's cell phones that we were aware of, right? That would be Corey Ellison's phone and Lisa McCauley's phone. Lisa McCauley's phone, very important. Why? Because I read the Ruth Janes thing. Please take note of this one. I read the Ruth Janes interview, her initial interview. She specifically identifies things that should have shown up on the Celebrate report. Guess what? The one that they released to the public is sanitized because those things that she has on her phone sent to her from Lisa McCauley, i.e. pictures, I believe there may be a video, certainly texts and calls. Those didn't show up in the Celebrate. Now, that's why are you sanitizing the evidence that they gave? Then they say that there are only 2 phones. Now, let's think about this logically. How many witnesses sat up there? RCMP witnesses, not that there were many, testified to the fact that they had both work phones and cell phones. You can dump their phone. You can get their exact GPS location, or could have, gotten it, and you still can, I believe. You can't really erase that shit. Even erase stuff shows up. Oh, and sorry, my apologies. There was a third phone in there, which they couldn't get access to. Jolene's. But very important that they dump phones, yet they never they gave us 2 reports, heavily sanitized, which would have demonstrated more stuff. We would have gotten some more evidence, i.e. the party that was occurring that day, never released. Why? Did they not want to go down that road? This was one of the biggest investigations, I think the biggest investigation in RCMP Canadian history. But they couldn't do that. Or did they? Of course they did. They just didn't want to tell you. And now they're saying, well, we can use cell phones to monitor. You always could, real time. And like I said, if you go back, I don't remember what the name of the video is. It clearly demonstrates that the RCMP had access to real-time data where cars were. Number one. Number two, which they are scared to death of, these points that I was making over here, was the in-car camera, which they have. No doubt about it. It'll be on those O drives that I spoke of, which again is a real thing. That's in a court document coming from the RCMP complaints commissioner, who was clearly aware of it when for many years. The secret database that the RCMP keeps, not just on members, but on all information and investigative files and things that they want removed. I can think of one particular case that gives them a lot of problems down there, right? Glen Assoon. There's another one. So they have this information, yet in the biggest investigation in Canadian history, they seemingly couldn't dump anybody's phones. They never came up with the cars, which would have been, you would have gotten all of the GPS location. You could pinpoint it yourself, right? Those of you in Nova Scotia would know, because it only takes a little bit. You could match that up to the radio, which means that you would have the full radio logs at the time, which you could then match to the time. Do you follow? This is a very easy, the investigation actually would be quite simple. But I believe what they did, and again, this is just a hypothesis on my part, but I don't think I'm too far off base, or it wasn't too far off base. They used relativity. They dumped all of the information into there, and it came up with a plausible scenario as to what occurred that night. And that also kind of gave them maybe a game plan to follow, so that if there were questions or holes, because AI is able to scope that out. And that's exactly what relativity does. It finds the holes. All right. Couldn't open a teenager's cell phone. Absolutely. Total bullshit. You have to think, right, it's not just Emily's phone. It was the phones that were interacting with Emily's phone that night. Okay? All these things would have shed huge light. So if we have a police force, and this is very important again, if we have a police force that is so inept that a person such as myself, who has no police training, can see how to maybe do some investigative things. Again, I'm not a trained police officer, but I would say if you used some of those investigative procedures, to which they did, these people are well schooled on it, you could have technically solved the crime. Remember the culpability. Who else was charged in this scenario that resulted in a conviction? Anybody? Maybe there was a guilty plea for some restorative justice, and I'm not even weighing over in that avenue very hard. There are a lot of people. If they want to go with the, it's just a series of mistakes, which is total bullshit too, because it's smoke and mirrors. Logic. It's all logic. They would have known these things, and they know them. They know them, which is sick. This is our police force that is supposedly here to protect us. Why are they hiding so much? Why are they known as the, what is the award that the journalists gave them? The least transparent police force in Canada? Because they're doing other things that they shouldn't be doing. And they think that we are all so stupid, we can't figure this out. Read an interview, it says in there should be texts and photos. Then you look at and compare it to the actual Celebrate log, and you're like, those things aren't there. Dude, that's because it's been sanitized, which means your police force lied to you, lied to the families. Now you have to ask yourself, why? Logic. Why are they lying so much? What is it that they're so afraid of? And I will continue, but I think these are very, very important points. I'm talking about something practical. I'm talking about what 1819. You want to prevent something in the future? You have to hold them to account on this one. Or, well, how many quote mistakes? No. It's not their money, right? If this was a legal liability thing, who cares? There may be a pride factor, obviously, there. If they fucked up, as in so-and-so fucked up, yeah, the pride gets impacted as a white shirt. You really made some mistakes here, or you overlooked this one. Whatever, move along. You live without identifying the problem, like concretely identifying the problem and saying, oh, hold on here a moment. This is something specific you did not do. You want to say that you didn't dump the phones? Bullshit. We know that. You know that. And that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of people who are aware of it now. I have no idea what all hijinks that they get up to, but I'll tell you, they do get up to like so much. But it's not a legal thing because they're protected, right? Who's going to pay in a lawsuit? The commissioner? No. You pay. Guess who else pays? The victims' families via their taxes. So do you think he really cares? Because it's not his money or any of their money. I'm not specifically pointing my finger at any one person. They don't care. They all get paid. So, whether they're on the hook for, X amount of money, and I assure you that the Canadian government is happy to dump out all kinds of money. Debt is the name of their game almost now. It literally, quite literally. Rack it up. Outside people are making money. Lots of it. Sorry, continuing here forward. I want to make sure I get your comments here. At a recent committee on spyware, RCMP have said they only have ever had to celebrate one of their own members' phones once, and it was done with the consent of that member. Sorry? That's bullshit. I have documents saying that's a total lie. All you have to do is go to their code of conduct hearings list. Watch that disappear. They only give you some. But I have some of the reports. They absolutely dump their phones all the time. 5 different points I think they had on one member, and it was to do with an affair. An affair. Which, of course, is horrendous. It's morally. Right? And specifically in that member's case that I'm thinking of off the top of my head, because a member was doing things on the job that he shouldn't have been doing. But they dumped his phones, personal cell phone, RCMP work phone. So to say Invasion One's, what Invasion One is pointing out there, right? Obviously they're lying. Unless you're speaking of specifically April 18 and 19. I don't know, but I don't believe so, because you're saying it's to do with a committee. It would prove logs, card everything, and they gave us trash. Absolutely. The whole thing. They blew out tons of money, and that's the most insidious, malevolent thing. It was on purpose. All the fucking smoke show that they do is on purpose. They wasted all that money because they're so childlike and irresponsible that they can't just say, make a mistake. Oops. Very easy, Dan. I was watching something totally unrelated. I think it was something to do with Domino's. They changed their crust or sauce or something. And the owner did something that is not normal. This was back in the 90s or something. And he came forward and he said, or the CEO, I think he was majority shareholder at the time, did an advertisement campaign and said publicly, I made a big mistake here. Do you know what happened? He got more customers. Why? Because people implicitly trust somebody who says, I fucked up. I made a mistake. Sorry about that. And here's what I did specifically. It's on me, right? We all fuck up. God knows I do. Have. Okay, but if you can't say that one, and yeah, some of them are varying levels of embarrassment. Some are, I guess, go into obviously criminal elements. But if you can stand up and say it, most people can just forgive you. And that's all that I have ever been pushing for, because there's 2 things in this world. There is honesty and dishonesty. Dishonesty is what is destroying this world. Dishonesty is quite literally evil incarnate, the father of deception. Not to be biblical, but it's true. You want to tell the truth, that's good. You want to play games and fuck around, that's evil. Real basic. You learn this as a child. Some degree that they were involved. Yes. Yes, Leo. Patterson, as it says, Nova Scotia citizen. Hello. Patterson told Leger Wardman had an RCMP badge, so probably RCMP was involved to somehow. Okay, so I think, how far off base have we been the entire time? I believe that may have even been the first video. Tara said that. If there was some kind of an off running, just say it. And better yet, then don't do it again. If there's other people, other countries that are running crap in your backyard, don't allow that. Who's in charge? Lisa Banfield's phone and emails ought to have been dumped, not just selected ones. Yes, where's all the emails? The thousands and thousands and thousands of emails. What about Kevin? Where's all his emails? He literally said thousands of emails. I believe the words he used, quite, quote unquote, literally thousands. There'll be thousands of them. Where are they? Where were all the Lisa Banfield ones? Where were Wortman's? Where was the second day of testimony from Sergeant? Oh, why am I missing it? Lie detector. Brother-in-law. Of course, they didn't want to stipulate until I said during his testimony. Are you related? And then the question came up. Oh yes, during the MCC, magically. How is it that people? I don't get paid. You don't get paid. How is it that we can find out much more than these people? It's not because they're so incompetent. It's because they already know, which is malevolent, evil. You want to say that you care about the families, then you would say, here are all the people involved. They're covering up and destroying evidence. O-drives, magical emails being used. What was another one? Now I hear news that, of course, the website's coming down, which is not news. And I knew that was going to happen because that's the way they do things. And this is not to get too much into a bigger picture. I can tell you that the MCC looks like they do it around the world. They're the same. The document numbers, how they run their stuff, the ciphering, i.e., what do you call it? Redacting. The codes that they use literally are almost the same. It's really spooky. You look at and you can do this yourself. Go over and compare, say, the independent inquiry into child sex abuse in England. Compare it to the MCC. Look at it. Quite literally, look at the two on screens. They look quite similar. The way that they present themselves is exactly the same. The same rigmarole and games. Same report type things that they do. It's a tried and tested procedure that comes from far outside Canada on a global level. These clowns. They wiretapped Detective Helen Gura's phone and her family phones. They know everything on her. I'm well, as many things. I'm so unaware. I don't know of whom that is. But RCMP didn't make a mistake. They were involved. Only mistake they made was not being better liars. True, but you can, they keep digging holes, right? Because that's what liars do. Generally, they keep digging holes. They keep digging holes. You keep busting them. Sometimes people will eventually come to their senses and just tell the truth. Or I'd say in the RCMP's part, they kind of did a little bit more today, maybe at least in culpability. But no, what was different, what is very different, and it is, this time around here in this case, and in preceding ones, but certainly, but the pressure that you as an individual, and collectively we pushed upon them, made them answer a few more questions. If this group specifically, Seamus, okay, well, sadly, Tara, it's got my name in there, so I'm not going to read it, but they have gotten away with a lot, and they're still continuing to try. And yes, do I place probability that we will find much more? Not really. Not specifically on 18 and 19. However, we can make a difference with the RCMP in general, and there certainly are some things. Susie Bootlin is one, and that's going to come up. I'm going to bring that up about the gender-based violence, because he does talk about that, of course, as well as going into total La La Land, where they're passing around what were they doing? Passing around a pipe or something retarded? I'm not supposed to use that word, apparently, on YouTube. Listen, you're treating me, I'll say that. I can say it on that level. You're treating me like a retard. I am not. You are not. These people like to treat people as though we're foolish, we don't know. With the NLP and all the garbage studies, and we'll get to that, and it's something, we're working on something over here, and people are supposed to just go away with time. They love time. Let's just drag this one out or rush it through. The timetables. Timetables is another one that they do with these quote unquote omissions, inquiries, whatever they like. They have a timetable. You shouldn't have a timetable. You want the answers? You really want the answers? It's going to be an ever-evolving beast, right? Oh, we can't call those people. We just learned of this information now. We can't call them because we don't have the time, right? Who knows? There was so much disinformation put out there. Who knows? And I would look at, disinformation comes from certain places. I'm not saying you, GL. I'm saying the men in blue and intelligence units here in Canada, elsewhere, people on YouTube, random comments, forums. It's a science. They've got this one down. Sorting it through, difficult. Very difficult. I think that they threw... I don't know. I don't know what all was involved there, Tara, but, there's clearly something funny going down. What about the guy? All those emails. Where were they? Von Bargen said in his interview, I can give you all my emails, but there's quite literally thousands, I think was the exact quote. Okay, yeah, I'll give them to you. Where are they? Why is it that all of these other people have just disappeared out of the story? The people down in Maine, people that should have been charged. Procuring weapons, the FBI gave that a pass? Huh? What? Lisa Phone could have shown her trip. Could have absolutely shown her trip. That whole day. A cabal that we're not part of. Peter Griffin. So much. Okay, let's continue. Again, it's hard because do you see how much stuff they throw at all of us, right? And meanwhile, they're running to beat the wind. And some of us are still kind of like, okay, you did zero here. You didn't solve anything. The commission didn't really solve anything other than pass around a pipe and bring in people, lots of academia from funny places that are paid by the RCMP to come and give testimony on their behalf, who are on the traveling circus junket. I can't make that meeting because I'm doing the one down in Uvalde. What? Like, it's just, that's what they do. They've built this machine. Everyone got a pass or a promotion. Not entirely true. Not entirely true, Nikki. Not to be fault finding. Guess what? We lost some really good RCMP people through this process, to which, of course, he's going to talk about a little bit later. The eagle feather, that was it. The feather, I'm sorry. I didn't know what it was. Pipe, feather, something. I couldn't remember. No disrespect intended at all. But of course, you bring in all kinds of trash. That's trash meaning stuff that has nothing to do with anything to try to muddy the waters, right? You want to turn this into a picture that nobody can begin to get through because they're kind of like, okay, 18, 19. Well, now you've brought in racist stuff. You brought in all these other things rather than just sticking with the simple question. What happened? And what did you do that really you screwed up on? Mills. Yep. See, we lost really good people. And obviously he's just the face. There are tons that are gone. And he's gonna talk about it. We'll touch on it. Okay, let's continue.
We have developed a playbook on managing a critical or mass casualty incident. This guide will better support our frontline personnel with exercise, planning, and incident response. Nous avons aussi élaboré un guide de gestion des incidents critiques ou impliquent des pertes massives. Ce document vise à mieux aider le personnel de première ligne à planifier des exercices et à intervenir en cas d'incident. We've also developed an operational response capabilities list, a searchable inventory of specialized skills and capabilities available at national headquarters. This is essential to ensure a whole organization response to a mass casualty or a major event.
So what he's stipulating is that you didn't have that before. You have no idea what officers are qualified for what. Yet you have a massive computer base that can spit out who did what course, when. Which one are you going to believe? Of course, they know. They always have. But let's say we did something that we've already done. We already know. but we can tell people that this is new. What? No, it's not.
We have completed the review of our initial critical incident response training. This review will help inform the development of future training models to address gaps identified in the MCC's recommendation.
Where's the review? I'd like to see it. Where are all these reports? You want to start saying that you do reports because they love that, right? This is part of the game. Please, I'm going to throw that in there. Obviously, you're going to hear the French stuff, and some of that's just you're going to be like, no, tune that out. I'm gonna log off here. I'm going to go off and watch something else. Don't. That's what they want you to do. Don't. Pay attention. The junk that they love to do is have these bloated organizations and meetings, and we're going to strike up this committee, and we're going to study that, and then we're going to, submit a paper, and maybe we'll think about that, and then we'll have a committee on the committee, and on the committee, and then we'll have a committee to get the sandwich at the DOC. Come on. That's not practical. It's not concrete. It's abstract junk. Imagine if you had to do this at your job. If you take this and implement it in your job. Well, I'm going to strike up a committee. You told me I need to do this thing, something very practical. I need to buy 10 widgets. Well, I don't know. I think I'm going to have a committee on buying the 10 widgets. We need to have a committee to get the sandwiches too. Then we can all sit around and do committees. I'm noticing certain things absent from people's sleeves on this one, by the way. I don't know if those of you who know what I'm talking about. White shirts.
In line with the MCC's recommendation, we have a detailed report which is available on our website on how the RCMP recruits, trains, and promotes its seniors officers. We have also produced an action plan outlining a number of initiatives underway to improve our management culture. We have strengthened our uniform and equipment disposal policy and improved our vehicle decommissioning processes.
Who is in charge of that? Pepper? The whole uniform weighing. Who weighs uniforms? Think about that. Let's get that on a weigh scale so that we can say, what was it, 2.1 tons of disposed uniforms? I have nothing against with RCMP keeping their surge. Why not? It's part of their history. If somebody wants to be a clown and give their stuff away, well, then they should be charged, obviously. Pepper. Darren. Come on. It's a small little circle. Howdy, Brenda. Yeah, it's racist. It's those country folk. Remember when they got off into that? They love to point the fingers. It's just those country folk, they're kind of just dumb. They don't really know, and they're alcoholic, and they don't, frankly, the whole thing was just beyond insulting. All because you can't tell the truth? Just got worse and worse as it went. When does it start to get, when are they actually going to get down to the meat of things? Imagine if this was your child. My goodness. But you pay them. We pay them. Billions and billions of dollars. Insulting. Absolutely insulting. Totally. To have people come in who aren't from here and trying to say, well, this is what you should do. We don't know what snow is. We've never really seen snow. But you know what? This works in my academia model, but thanks for the funding, RCMP. I live down here in Australia, but you pay me. No, not the RCMP. You do. You do. Truth, Brenda, Nikki, Chris, Sad, Tara, Charlene. I pay them. Frankly, I don't like paying dishonest people.
While the RCMP has existing policies about being fit for duty, we're taking additional steps to ensure our employees understand their obligation around substance use when reporting for duty.
Ah, okay. Finally, all right, we get something. Another one. Though Blue Point was, they just put a name on something that they already had. Now, they put a name on it. That's new. I'm sure there was a committee to come up with the name. And I'm not being facetious. Quite literally, they would have had a committee on how to name it. They probably got some fancy abbreviation for it too. To lose people in the stew. These people are so lost, they don't even know which way is up. Except dump on somebody else. Now, drinking. All right, so I would, again, call me tinfoil. I certainly feel 100%. Though I haven't been obviously vindicated, I would say that there was absolutely, without a doubt, a much deeper story going on here. Far more insidious and malevolent than the crap that they say, such as, well, O'Brien is drunk, which of course is problematic. But they want, it's just because a bunch of drunk guys, that's all it was. No, there was a lot of lead up to that. There was a lot of lead up to 1819. Now, drinking. What does that mean? He says that we've changed our policies. What? You show up on the job, you're fired? If you're drunk, you have alcohol on your breath? It's an immediate code of conduct? What is it? What is the concrete thing? I want to know what the policy change was. If I'm paying for all the paper, all the meetings, the sandwich committees that you're having, give me the piece of paper so I can hold you to it in the future. Well, we changed the policy though. We said we were we looked into it. We were working on it. Should be easy. Ex-constable shows up on the job and he's got alcohol on his breath. Not only is he suspended, there's an immediate code of conduct, and he will be criminally charged. How about that? Real easy. And that extends from commissioner to constable. Basic. Like, paragraph 32.1. There you go. That's the new policy. But he can't say that.
Bien que la GRC dispose de politiques existantes sur l'aptitude au travail, nous prenons des mesures supplémentaires pour nous assurer que nos employés comprennent leurs obligations en matière de consommation de substances lorsqu'ils se présentent au travail. We have taken up the MCC's call to action to respond to the public emergency of gender-based and intimate partner violence. We are working closely with key federal partners, including Women and Gender Equality and the Department of Justice. We will continue our...
Okay, see what he just did? We're working on it. This is what they do. We're working closely. The NLP, we're working closely. We're updating. We're doing something over here, but just don't look. Don't ask us what we've specifically done, because we need to have a committee on that one. They've certainly had a committee on how to communicate in this press conference. This is how sick and deranged it is. All orchestrated, all organized, him and his notes, everybody knows. We've got a memo on that. We had a commission to get the sandwich.
Work to improve capacity across the country to effectively respond to gender-based and intimate partner violence.
What about Susie Boudlin? Whatever happened with that? Susie Boudlin. Anybody got updates on me because I'm out of tune? Anybody got an update on Susie Boudlin? He's working on it. He's got something going with the safety smoking committee. I don't know. What was it when I went to, back in my younger days, one of the institutions I went to? Right. Used to go for a smoke break. Safety committee meeting. That was what it was always called. They certainly had a difficult time proving that. They didn't. A lot of that stuff got shredded. Remember Brenda? Dumpster fire, Brenda? That was easy to pick apart from the beginning. I wonder who she does really work for.
As part of our commitment to be accountable as we address the MCC's recommendations, we are an active participant in the Progress Monitoring Committee, providing them with regular progress updates. We also continue to provide updates and work closely with the RCMP Management Advisory Board, who will hold us accountable for our progress. As part of our transparency efforts, the RCMP has and will continue to post the Commissioner's responses to advice received from the board on our website.
Okay, so there's something practical. They're going to post recommendations on their website. Okay. So you now paid, a bunch more people to type up some stuff, some recommendations. What are you going to do? Do you do anything? Aside from stick a lot of stuff on O drives that you know about and destroy evidence. Moratorium. Notice how everything disappeared about the moratorium? Remember how many videos I did? All gone. All the discussion in the Discord? All gone. But I'm stupid. I don't know what I'm talking about. Frankly, there's actual literal paper trail saying in the media how many videos that I was doing on it. But there's only one little brief snippet on it. Good job. You failed. You suck. Because you can't tell the truth. But why did you need the moratorium? And it was overlapping or other thing. Very interesting how that all went down.
As I mentioned, I'm pleased with the progress we've made so far, but we are by no means done. Change of this scale takes time. Often.
There we go with the NLP. Change of this stuff takes time. Okay, so that is a open-ended timetable. He's very pleased with the progress. That's good to know. The commissioner is very pleased with the progress. Are you pleased with the progress? Do you even know what the progress has been? Do you? Because I don't. Maybe I'm just so out of touch that I have no idea. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but I've been listening to him for a little bit here. I certainly don't know anything other than they have named Blue Point of something that they already had. Yay. That was a win. And that they're working together with their stakeholders. There's a garbage word. Hey, Lynn. Anyway.
Much more time than we'd like. Comme je l'ai mentionné, je suis satisfait du progrès que nous avons réalisé jusqu'à présent, mais nous sommes loin d'avoir terminé. Un changement de cette ampleur prend du temps, souvent beaucoup plus de temps que nous le souhaiterons. Meaningful progress is a long-lasting change requires the full participation of all RCMP employees across the country. I've already seen the level of
No, I thought it required only, 5%. Are you telling me anything? Like, they talk to you like you're just absolutely simple. To make change requires people who want to make change. Thanks. I feel so enlightened.
commitment throughout the RCMP, and you have my commitment on behalf of the organization. Today's updates, the strategy, and a sample of the action plan are now available on the RCMP's website. We are also developing
A sample of the action plan. Okay, we could look at the sample of the action plan. It's a sample, so it's only part. And we can actually look at the plan. They did do, I think they did this with McNeil. Oh, McNeil.
a progress hub where you'll be able to find regular updates on work that's underway. This is part of our commitment to be accountable and transparent. I want you to be able to put your trust in the RCMP, knowing that our policies, process, and training are sound and continue to evolve in line with expectations.
It's hard to trust you more if you can't say what you're doing. I know I'm a Peter repeater, but it's like the most basic thing. But I don't think sometimes we see these things, right? If you don't say anything, what the hell would I trust you more? You violated the trust abhorrently. Why would I trust you more? What have you done to win my trust back? What have you actually done? Who's being held to an account here? Anybody?
Our number one priority will always be keeping communities and its citizens safe, as well as our members. When I accepted the job of RCMP Commissioner, I knew we could change. You have my commitment to continue. We will continue on this path.
Again, I'm sure you can say you have the commitment. Everybody can say that. They could say that every day. I have the commitment. You have the commitment. Commitment to what? What have you done? I don't see anything really hardcore.
Lorsque j'ai accepté le poste de commissaire de la GRC, je savais que nous pouvions changer. Vous avez mon engagement que nous allons poursuivre sur cette voie. Before I turn it over to Dennis, I want to once again acknowledge the families, communities, employees, and first responders. It can be extremely difficult to keep going back to an incident like this one, re-examining what went wrong and what lessons can be applied to future critical incidents. But the necessary work will save lives and make us better as an organization. Il est peut-être difficile de revenir sans cesse sur un incident comme celui-ci et de réexaminer ce qui n'a pas fonctionné et les leçons qui peuvent être appliquées à d'autres incidents critiques. Mais ce travail indispensable permettra de sauver des vies et nous rendra meilleurs en tant qu'organisation. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, sir. Merci, Monsieur. Assistant Commissioner Daly, Commissaire adjoint Daly, floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner. Good morning. I am Dennis Daly. I'm the commanding officer of the RCMP here in Nova Scotia, and thank you for being here this morning. I appreciate the opportunity to outline some of the changes we've made and will continue to make.
Still would like to know about July 10th, 2020 sit rep. Major news. Daily knows. He was on the calls with Chris. What happened? Criminal police forces. Uh-oh. But nobody wants to touch that. Except two stories which were conveniently timed. and never any follow-up. No mention. Wasn't brought up hardly at all. Oh, that's because they ran out of time at the very end. Anybody know? Anybody know anything about that? High-level officers, criminal, sexual, extortion. Anybody know anything? Whatever happened there? Major, what was it? How do they put that in the RCMP on their sit reps? Recommended something. I love it. There will be, again, this is the RCMP who loves the fluffy words and all this other stuff. There will be significant media attention if this has come to light. That's pretty serious. You're involving at least 2 police forces in criminal cover-up. High-level officers. Where is that? I like to know that there are criminals in high-level places in Nova Scotia. Police forces. Do you feel safer? Do the officers feel safer? Because funnily enough, it says in that sit rep that they couldn't call upon the other police force. But would it have had a bearing on April 18, 19? Oh, yeah.
To improve our service to Nova Scotians and help create stronger, safer communities. I've touched on some of this work in previous media interviews and spoken about it with partners and stakeholders, including the Progress Monitoring Committee. My intent today is to summarize key changes in critical incident response, public communications, situational awareness, intimate partner violence, and employee wellness, all topics addressed in the Mass Casualties Commission's final report.
See, that's the way, I don't know. You would do that. I would do that probably. Well, I would. You probably would, right? I would have come to this press conference and been like, okay, here's Officer so-and-so. Here's the sit rep report. Here's what we did. So-and-so got fired. This is the investigation. That person got charged. We've made some significant movement. And you know why we've made some significant movement? Because you can see it. And thank you for paying me to do that. Do you follow? It's just, that's the way you would do things. You wouldn't say, well, I'm very committed. And change requires all of us on board. We value your trust. We're going to have a committee and we're reviewing it, but we're committed.
Our division has been making changes and improvements in the time since the April 2020 incidents. We fully recognize that while we can't change what happened in 2020, we must learn from it. To be the police service that Nova Scotians expect of us and we expect of ourselves, we must constantly examine our work, learn from it, and make the important changes that need to be made. This is what we've been doing, and this is what we will continue to do. In the area of critical incident response, we've revised operational policy and procedures to improve the transition of command, ensure clarity around decision-making, and enhance training. With funding from the province of Nova Scotia, we've also increased the size of our emergency response team to be a full-time 18-person unit.
Okay, so there's something concrete. They got a bunch more money and they've got some people. Okay, that sounds like concrete. Money, right? It was always about money and the technology, even the technology, of course. Money and the people, and then that's why we just couldn't do our job. I love that. The technology, like, honestly, these things are just, you'd think that prior to the advent of technology, just think about this for a moment. It's logic. Philosophy is my background. Hello. prior to the advent of technology, you couldn't solve crime? Is that the way it works? Eh? Eh?
We've worked with our partners in government and private sectors to ensure that when air support is needed, it's available. We've established an operational communication center with the most advanced equipment and highly trained operators in the country.
Okay, so they're going to have access to, and it's going to be available. Air support is going to be available. What happens if it is not? Who gets fired? So you bring this one up. It's just, again, you're supposed to have that then, right? Of course, because there would have been a report from before. We need to have access to that. Oh, but on April 18th, we didn't have access to it, but we've decided that we should have access to that. Uh-huh. And what happens if you don't? Is somebody responsible? Do they get fired? So-and-so, such and such an officer, I don't know, give them a title. Some fancy title. They love the titles. With an abbreviation. A directorate of air support for Nova Scotia. Okay, so if the air support isn't available on some tragic future incident, or somebody going missing in the woods or whatever, directorate of so-and-so of air support gets fired with no letter of reference to move on. He's a shitty person. He did a shitty job. Thank you. No pension for you. Do you follow? Like that's something concrete. This stuff just pisses me off.
And located beside the Operational Communication Center is our Critical Incident Operations Room. This is a command post where the Critical Incident Commander leads of the emergency response and crisis negotiation teams and dedicated senior police dispatchers are located, with full awareness of the incident and police officer locations. We now activate a strategic communications region.
Again, because they didn't know where the officers were that night. Of course they did. Of course they did. They showed it in their own video. I put it up on my website. They have the monitoring right inside the car.
Resource at the outset of a critical incident too. And we've increased our opportunities to conduct and participate in training exercises with our policing partners and other agencies. These exercises strengthen not only our interoperability, but our relationships as well. I mentioned that strategic communications is now a standard part of our critical incident deployment. We've also made additional changes to public communications. Paramount among those is the use of the Alert Ready public alerting system. The RCMP in Nova Scotia has direct access to the to issue emergency alerts in a critical incident and has issued 24 alerts since being granted this access in August of 2021.
Again, I would say that's all hogwash, covering up. Of course, anybody in their right brain, unless we have super people that are challenged, would issue an alert. But of course, we were able to demonstrate the problem and the canned responses and the limited material that they were willing to release and such and such. Why? Question. Logic. Because they're having something that they want to hide. Basic.
To support responsible, effective use of the system, we've established a divisional alerting policy, a robust training model, and after each incident for which an alert has been issued, we submit an after-action report to Nova Scotia Emergency Management. The ability for responding police officers to know the locations of their fellow responding officers, and for commanders to know the locations of all those who are responding, what we refer to as situational awareness.
We know that they had awareness where officers were. Again, not true. Why? Because you can go through the employment standards interview, and it shows right in there that I can't remember that officer's name, knew exactly where Chad Morrison was on the road. Why? Because he hit his computer. Real-time updating. But of course, they want to tell you that they just had no idea where anybody was, which is lying.
Is another key aspect of keeping people safe in a critical incident. It was also an area of focus for the Mass Casualty Commission. We have overhauled our training on trunk mobile radios, which is now mandatory, easier for our officers to access, and incorporated into our annual training schedule. This ensures all officers are fully able to use the radios in any scenario they face. The Commissioner referenced Blue Force tracking. This technology allows for officers' exact locations to be identified and tracked in the Operational Communication Center and the command post. This technology has been fully implemented in our division, as has mapping software, increasing awareness of the situation and officer and public safety as a result.
Do you remember that nice fancy center? Well, you guys not remember. It's still there. That big fancy center that they've got up in Truro. Is it Truro? Where Staying Alive. Is it Staying Alive? Oh, no, YMCA girl. Yeah. All their big fancy screens. Again, shown in that video that they had already before. Whoops. Real time shows exactly where every car is. But again, lying, not good.
With regard to intimate partner violence, our efforts have focused on working with multiple agencies at multiple levels to advance stronger, more supportive programs and services for our survivors and their victims and their families. Our victim services.
Is that kind of like you have to pay partly for victims' families? Victims' families have to pay in part for the therapy that you get. Huh? So if you don't have the funds, then you can't get the therapy. That makes sense. Did you change that?
This team is leading or participating in provincial working and task groups, which include service providers from across Nova Scotia on topics including coercive control, high-risk case conferencing, information sharing, mandatory arrest and charge, intimate partner violence alarm management, and case conferencing models, among others.
Were you able to even establish conclusively that there was intimate partner violence? Here's a poll. Do you believe, those of you watching, thank you very much, and sharing and doing whatever, those of you who believe that there was intimate partner violence established via the MCC, please press 1. If you do not believe that it was, please press 2. Because you're kind of putting the cart before the horse. You know, let's use this one, the intimate partner violence, and that's why it was there. And you know, so therefore we make changes about something we weren't even able to establish. But we're the best investigators around. Trust us. Give us your trust. Okay, 2. I'm fine if you want to say 1. If you believe that it was firmly established, have at. I'm all for understanding where people are coming from. But I don't think that they were able to establish that. So if you weren't able to establish that, why are there recommendations being made on something that wasn't even that didn't even exist? That's a problem.
These are the collaborative, complex discussions that will result in the fundamental changes the Mass Casualty Commission called for. The changes that improve the lives of survivors and their families and help make our communities stronger and safer. While our focus is on working with others specific to our division, we've taken steps to increase the number of intimate partner violence investigators and case coordinators as well. Our efforts to address
Susie Bootland? McDonald? Whatever happened with that? Right? Bible Hill? Susie Bootland? That's something practical and concrete you could talk about. You want to bring the intimate partner violence in? Let's see what you did.
the Mass Casualty Commission recommendations with the goals of preventing crime and creating stronger, safer communities also includes continue to build and foster relationships with our partners in policing, public safety, community services, health, and with community leaders. We're making progress in this area. The number of multi-agency, multidisciplinary initiatives we're participating.
We're making progress. We're making progress. Again, abstract, nothing talk means zero.
Is growing, as is our outreach in communities, including African Nova Scotian communities and First Nations at every level. And there's the collaborative work on intimate partner violence that I referenced moments ago. The recommendations also call for us to do a better job of supporting our employees. In Nova Scotia, we've increased wellness supports and improved mental health screening.
I wonder, probably follow up with Tim Mills on that one. Let's see what Tim Mills has to say. But of course, he's getting investigated because he brought up that. Great. What was it, 2 investigations? What? Because he blows the whistle. No, you're not supposed to say anything because, well, we have a great culture, RCMP culture, a culture of fear.
This, along with our aggressive recruitment and retention efforts, is what will keep police officers on the front line and all employees working together to serve and protect Nova Scotians.
Wellness report. Remember what the wellness report is? Do you guys remember the wellness report? That was a whole bunch of cover, the wellness report. For the breakdown in leadership, senior management of Nova Scotia had wellness. They wanted to call it wellness. Who was the clown they brought in to do that? What's her name? Oh, the fixer. I was like, watch out for this person's name. Sure enough, it came up. She comes up. She's a political fixer. And they want to call it a wellness report. This has nothing to do with wellness. It has to do with shitty leadership. Though I suppose you could say it has to do with one person's wellness. Anyway, yeah.
We've learned from the April 2020 incidents, and we're making the important changes that need to be made to protect public safety and create stronger, safer communities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Merci, monsieur. I will now deliver Assistant Commissioner Daly's remarks in French. Je vais maintenant transmettre les remarques du commissaire adjoint Daly en français.
Okay, I'm going to play this through. So, because there are a couple of people in here, maybe there's something interesting in there. For sure, there's a couple of questions in French that come on later on. I would love to know roughly what they say, because I believe they said something. And I found that interesting. I was like, oh, wow. They said, I could be wrong, but they said that they were going to translate. The press spokesman was going to translate the question from French into English, and the answer from French to English. was not done. Frankly, that would have been very interesting. But you also need to think about this on a different perspective, right? How much of this is being translated into French? The whole thing is being pretty much there are pieces like all the questions, they're all done in English. Why is it that the Frenchies are not getting that translated for them? Odd. I thought it was a 50-50 deal. Okay. Anyway, just an observation.
Merci, Monsieur le Commissaire. Bonjour. Comme l'a indiqué le commissaire Duhem, je suis Dennis Daly, commandant de la GRC dans la Nouvelle-Écosse. Je vous remercie de votre présence. J'apprécie cette opportunité pour présenter certains des changements que nous avons faits et que nous continuerons à faire pour améliorer notre service aux Néo-Écossais et pour aider à créer des communautés plus fortes et plus sécuritaires. J'ai abordé certains de ces changements lors d'entrevues précédentes avec les médias et j'en ai parlé avec des partenaires et des intervenants, y compris le comité de suivi des progrès. Mon intention aujourd'hui est de résumer les principaux changements apportés aux interventions en cas d'incident critique, aux communications publiques, à la connaissance de la situation, à la violence entre partenaires intimes et au bien-être des employés. Tous des sujets abordés dans le rapport final de la Commission des pertes massives. Notre division a apporté des changements et des améliorations depuis les incidents d'avril 2020. Nous reconnaissons pleinement que nous ne pouvons pas changer ce qui s'est passé en 2020, mais que nous pouvons en tirer des leçons. Pour être le service de police que les Néo-Écossais attendent de nous et que nous attendons de nous-mêmes, nous devons constamment examiner notre travail, en tirer des leçons et apporter des changements importants qui doivent être faits. C'est ce que nous avons fait et c'est ce que nous continuerons à faire. Dans le domaine de réponse aux incidents critiques,
We are fortunate to be blessed with Ms. Grandma. So if Grandma, you pick up anything, because Grandma's French, you pick up anything here that you're sensing is not kosher, or that they're leaving out, that would be great. Certainly the two questions I'm curious about in French, we didn't get that in English. I feel bad, though, for the French people, you know. They get kind of shafted in this. It's kind of just all an act, right? But in this modern day, of course, the whole thing could be translated. Anyway. There were a couple other things here I noticed that you guys were talking about. Yeah, of course. Well, that was the feather, right? Get everybody off into something else, cover off. Why is it being held in Millbrook? That's curious. I don't know. Wonder if Sergeant Bernard was there. He knows a lot. Good guy. He knows all about the sit rep. We lost him. Better to have a victim, accomplice, a victim. You know, this isn't the first time of that. You remember the mosque shooting? Oh, yeah. How much a role did that play in our society? Do you remember, what was his name? Belkadir. Mohammed Belkadir, who was the second person involved. But then, what was it, 19 hours later, became a victim. And an important witness. Does that sound familiar? Thanks, Grandma. I appreciate it. God love grandmas.
Nous avons revisé la politique et les procédures opérationnelles afin d'améliorer la transition de commandement, de clarifier la prise de décision et d'améliorer la formation. Grâce à un financement de la province de la Nouvelle-Écosse, nous avons également augmenté les effectifs du groupe tactique d'intervention pour en faire une unité de 18 personnes à temps plein. Nous avons travaillé avec nos partenaires des secteurs publics et privés pour nous assurer qu'un soutien aérien est disponible lorsque nécessaire. Nous avons mis en place une station de transmission opérationnelle dotée de l'équipement le plus avancé et des opérateurs les mieux formés au pays. À côté de la station de transmission opérationnelle se trouve notre salle d'opération en cas d'incident critique. Il s'agit d'un poste de commandement où se trouve le commandant d'incident critique, les responsables du groupe tactique d'intervention et de l'équipe de négociation en cas de crise, ainsi qu'un répartiteur senior de la police, avec une connaissance totale de l'incident et de l'emplacement des policiers. Nous activons également une ressource de communication stratégique dès le début de l'incident critique. Enfin, nous avons multiplié les occasions de mener et de participer à des exercices d'entraînement avec nos partenaires et autres agences. Ces exercices renforcent non seulement nos capacités d'interopérabilité, mais aussi nos relations. J'ai mentionné que la communication stratégique est désormais un élément standard dans notre déploiement en cas d'incident critique. Nous avons également apporté d'autres changements aux communications publiques, dont le plus important est l'utilisation du système d'alerte publique en alerte. La GRC en Nouvelle-Écosse a un accès direct pour émettre des alertes d'urgence en cas d'incident critique et a émis 24 alertes depuis que cet accès lui a été accordé en 2021, au mois d'août. Pour favoriser une utilisation responsable et efficace du système, nous avons établi une politique divisionnaire en matière d'alerte, un modèle de formation solide et après chaque incident pour lequel une alerte a été émise, nous soumettons un rapport d'après-action au Bureau de gestion des urgences de la Nouvelle-Écosse. La capacité des policiers à savoir où se trouvent leurs collègues et celle des commandants à savoir où se trouvent tous ceux qui s'y interviennent, ce que nous appelons la connaissance de la situation, est un aspect essentiel pour assurer la sécurité des personnes lors de l'incident critique. C'est également un domaine sur lequel la Commission des pertes massives s'est penchée. Nous avons revisé notre formation sur le radio portable, qui est désormais obligatoire, plus facile d'accès pour les policiers et intégré dans notre programme de formation annuel. Cela permet de s'assurer que tous les policiers sont parfaitement capables d'utiliser les radios dans toutes les situations auxquelles ils sont confrontés. Le commissaire a fait référence au suivi des forces amies. En anglais, c'est Blue Force Tracking. Cette technologie permet d'identifier et de suivre l'emplacement exact des policiers à partir de la station de transmission opérationnelle et du poste de commandement. Cette technologie a été entièrement mise en œuvre dans notre division, de même que les logiciels de cartographie, ce qui a permis d'améliorer la connaissance de la situation par conséquent et la sécurité des policiers et du public. En ce qui concerne la violence entre partenaires intimes, nos efforts se sont concentrés sur la collaboration avec multiples agences à différents niveaux afin de permettre de mettre en place des programmes et des services plus solides, plus favorables aux survivants et à leurs familles. Notre équipe de services aux victimes dirige ou participe à des groupes de travail et d'actions provinciaux qui comprennent des fournisseurs de services de toute la Nouvelle-Écosse sur des sujets tels que le contrôle sous contrainte, des conférences sur les cas à haut risque, le partage d'informations, l'arrestation et l'inculpation obligatoire, la gestion des alarmes liées à la violence entre partenaires intimes et le modèle de conférence sur le cas, entre autres. Ce sont des discussions collaboratives et complexes qui aboutiront aux changements fondamentaux demandés par la Commission des pertes massives. Des changements qui améliorent la vie des survivants et de leurs familles et qui contribuent à rendre nos communautés plus fortes et plus sécuritaires. Bien que nous mettions l'accent sur la collaboration, notre division a pris des mesures pour augmenter le nombre d'enquêteurs et de coordonnateurs dans le cas et le domaine de la violence entre partenaires intimes. Nos efforts pour répondre aux recommandations de la Commission des pertes massives, dans le but de prévenir la criminalité et de créer des communautés plus fortes et plus sécuritaires, comprennent également la poursuite de la mise en place et du renforcement des relations avec nos partenaires dans le domaine policier, de la sécurité publique, des services communautaires, de la santé et avec des dirigeants communautaires. Nous faisons des progrès dans ce domaine. Le nombre d'initiatives multi-agences et multidisciplinaires auxquelles nous participons est en augmentation.
They use garbage language in French too? Oh, that's really curious. Complex discussions change stronger collaborations to help with family violence. Oh my God, what a swamp of nothingness. Thanks, Grandma. We're very blessed to have her assistance here.
Tout comme notre travail sur le terrain dans les communautés, y compris les communautés néo-écossaises d'origine africaine et Premières Nations, à tous les niveaux. Il y a le travail de collaboration sur la violence entre partenaires intimes que j'ai mentionné il y a quelques instants. Les recommandations nous invitent également à mieux soutenir nos employés. En Nouvelle-Écosse, nous avons augmenté les aides au bien-être et amélioré le dépistage de la santé mentale. Ces mesures, ainsi que nos efforts dynamiques de recrutement et de rétention des effectifs, permettent aux policiers de rester en première ligne et à tous les employés de travailler ensemble pour servir et protéger les néo-écossais. Nous avons appris des incidents d'avril 2020 et nous apportons les changements importants que nous devons faire pour protéger la sécurité publique et créer des communautés plus fortes et plus sécuritaires. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Wow, you guys are good. I think I only saw one or two drop out. That's awesome. Thanks, Grandma. African violence covered in programs. These working together will solve all the problems. Wow. I still don't know anything that happened really 1819, but whatever. Other than the that's just racist, isn't it? Racist? I thought you're not supposed to talk like that. Not you, Grandma. Why does everybody want? They love to bring out the race when it's needed, but then they're all supposed to be the same other times. Anyway, good for you all hanging in for the French part.
We will now proceed with question and answers, starting from your left to your right in the first row. We ask media that you limit yourself to one question and one follow-up, please. For the benefit of all participants, please provide your name, the outlet you represent, and to whom your question is directed.
I didn't quite understand what the private joke is there that he's laughing at. Really doesn't seem like a thing to be laughing, but anyway, it is his deal. They actually do ask some good, no, they don't, but they do kind of, the heat is a little bit up, I would say.
We will begin with those in the room, and then followed with media joining us by phone. For questions asked in French to Assistant Commissioner Daly, I will first translate them into English. Assistant Commissioner Daly will provide his answer in English, and I will provide the same response in French.
Which I thought this was an interesting way of doing things. Sadly, the questions in French were never translated, nor the answer. Fair enough. I don't know. I guess they kind of failed at their own press conference.
Nous allons maintenant procéder à la période de questions et réponses. Nous vous demandons de vous limiter à une question et un suivi. Pour le bénéfice de tous les participants, veuillez indiquer votre nom, l'organisation que vous représentez et à qui s'adresse la question. Nous commencerons par les journalistes présents dans la salle, suivis par ceux qui nous rejoignent par téléphone. Nous commençons par votre gauche allant vers la droite dans la première rangée. Pour les questions posées en français au commissaire adjoint Daly, je les traduirai d'abord en anglais. Le commissaire adjoint Daly fournira sa réponse en anglais et je fournirai la même réponse en français. We will now go to the floor for questions. Nous allons maintenant passer aux questions sur le plancher.
Good morning, Brett Ruskin, CBC News. Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner, the Mass Casualty Commission was the biggest, most in-depth, most expensive public inquiry Nova Scotia's ever seen. And they laid out essentially a checklist, a difficult checklist, to be sure, but it's still a checklist of 130 items. Why did the RCMP in this new report outlined today feel it important to recategorize and change and add themes, kind of reorganize those items, whether we call it 33 items or 75 items listed for police? Why did we reorganize that relatively clear and easy to follow checklist from the MCC?
Awesome question. Well, like, awesome at least. Like, why are you doing that? Of course, because they want to lose some of the recommendations. So we'll just have the ones that we want and we reinterpreted. Plus, they can have more committees, more work for something that's already been done. But important to lose those ones that you don't really want.
So thanks, Brett, for the question, and I agree with you. It's probably one of the largest, biggest reviews that the RCMP has faced in a long time. The strategic plan that was...
Do you see how they do the NLP? There's the NLP right there, that kind of thing. Thanks for the question. I agree with you. I'm your friend. You know what? I'm going to probably come home with you. Come on. Just garbage. Garbage.
Shared with you was really a roadmap of how we were going to tackle the MCC recommendations. You've seen it, how it's laid out where there's 10 themes, as you said. There's some of the recommendations that actually touch several recommendations. So for us, it's easier to identify them under 10 themes. And as we...
Because they can only count in tens. They're making themselves look bad. You don't look smart. You look, frankly, dumb. I'm sorry. I know what you're doing, but even in doing what you're doing, you look dumb. You look really stupid. We can only do it if it's in 10, lists of 10. I can only count a certain number. The question isn't a difficult question, but it is a good question because it points out, what are you doing, man? Like, why did we spend all that money so that you can take it, use more of our money, and rewrite the list so that you can, because you can only count to 10? No, well, of course, that's not the reason. They just want to throw out the ones that they don't want. Optional.
Progress forward, it's all about transparency and accountability. You've heard me in my opening remarks about this Progress Hub. This Progress Hub will have all the recommendations, not just the 33 that we're leading, but all 130, and the role that the RCMP is playing.
The Progress Hub. Don't you feel safer already? I know I do. Curious, do you feel safer? Do you trust them more now that they've set up a Progress Hub? What is a Progress Hub? How many people are employed on the Progress Hub? What are their names? How much are they being paid? What do they do? Where are the minutes for their reports? You know, Progress Hub. Kind of the DDoC sandwiches.
Our strategic implementation team is looking at drafting position papers for each of the recommendations. So when the Progress Hub will be up and running, you'll be able to go to the recommendation and really look at all the work that the RCMP's done. And
So they don't have the Progress Hub yet, but they are going to set it up. And when they do set it up, they're going to have some papers. So you have zero. Zero. I don't know if it's you or I'm just crazy, but it's a whole bunch of nothing. It's a whole bunch of horse shit. We've got a Progress Hub. Thanks for the progress we will have. We will do sometime, and you're going to trust us more because we're going to give you zero right now. Look at all the progress that they've made. But they've got it reorganized into a list of 10 for the accounting benefit of those who have double-digit IQs.
why we've got to that reason or the answers or the direction we're taking.
And so just as a follow-up, if we peel away the themes, if we peel away the categories, the reorganization, if we look at the number 130 recommendations, how many of those recommendations has the RCMP completed?
So if you look at the initial diary date for the mass casualty, within the first 6 months, we had to respond to 2 of them. One was training our frontline officers in incident critical response, and the other one is developing leaders, which we've met the diary date. The others, we have 8 and other position papers that we want to release in the coming weeks.
Okay, excellent. There we go. So since the mass casualty has been completed, they have done 2 things. They have done leadership training, which I believe is I can't remember the course number. They already had that. And what was the other one again? You can't rewind on this thing as easy, I don't think. What was the other one? And then, yes, we'll get to the papers part. Okay. So let's listen to that again. Hopefully I've got this.
So if you look at the initial diary date for the mass casualty, within the first 6 months, we had to respond to 2 of them. One was training our frontline officers in incident critical response, and the other one is developing leaders.
Okay, training critical response. Well, that sounds like something practical. Sounds like something practical. So in 6 months, training. Okay, so that's a what do they call them? The modules, course module. Okay, I'm pretty sure they already had that, and I'm pretty sure the critical incident and definitely the leadership. Well, that just sounds like what? What does that mean? Leadership. We've done leadership. Leadership. What does that mean? Doesn't mean anything. And that is in 6 months of 130, they have done 2. 2. What is the math on that about? 1.7 spitballing percent? Wow. This is pretty awesome. The Progress Hub. The Progress Hub. With the lists of 10. Replacing Brenda. Leadership. Yes, yes, actually, that's probably what leadership has to do with, is leadership in Nova Scotia. The wellness report. We had some reorganization in Nova Scotia of management. Progress Hub. 4th year, 2 items. Like lists of 10, 33, 130, you've done 2. 2! And you will someday have some papers on 8 more. Now we're up to 10. 10 of 130. No. Fail. 2 of 33. All right. Well, but is it 33 that's their responsibility? Maybe. I don't know. 6%. Okay. So let's bump it up to, they're going to have, someday they'll have 10 of 33. So that's 36%, 28%, somewhere in that range. My math.
We've met the diary date. The others, we have 8 and other position papers that we want to release in the coming weeks.
We have the other 8, we have some papers that we're going to release from some more committees we've struck up. I'd love to know the lunch bills on this stuff. Who's on this stuff? What do they do? Because they're certainly not policing. They're writing papers. They're not making your community safer. They're not cleaning up January 10, 2020 and the criminal activity. They're not dealing with that. No, they're not doing the investigative thing to find the people to charge and charging them and prosecuting them and convicting them, the people that were responsible additionally for actions that or inactions that were committed April 18, 2020. No, you just paid a whole bunch of my money, your money, in addition to strike up more committees.
If I could just add from a Nova Scotia specific lens, so in addition to the 130 from the Mass Casualty Commission, we also are in receipt of additional recommendations and reviews that were done as a result of the death of Heidi Stevenson and the injury to Chad Morrison. The Labor Code, the Federal Labor Code folks, Employment Social Development Canada, have given us directions all along, since April of 2020, they've given us directions. So in addition, we've done an internal hazardous occurrence report. That's a normal thing when we suffer
The Hoyt and the ESDC investigations. I've always wanted to see those. We got a little bit of the ESDC. Those officers had to agree to release. They only gave us 6 interviews that they did because of, the MCC was done. They didn't give us the 6. They said that they had done 6, I think, or something like that. God, they were just fighting tooth and nail, and we only got 2, but they were good, ESDC, I would love to see the ESDC report, but that's all internal. Same with the Hoyt investigation, which is RCMP, and then they're coming back and doing another investigation within the RCMP on how to interpretate, because it's probably got to interpretate and how to interpret. They need help with that one. Put it in a list of 10. What is the plural form of hiatus? That's a good question. Hiati? I have no idea.
internal injury or death. So in totality for Nova Scotia, in addition to participating with our team from national headquarters, we have an additional 119 recommendations, of which we've responded to 70.
So we have another 119. Does anybody got the numbers here straight? I don't. Of course, I keep pausing it and probably pissing people off, but let's see, we had 130, then we have 33, now we have 119, maybe we've done 2, we've got papers coming on 8. Huh?
So for Employment Social Development Canada, for instance, on their directions, we've responded to all. We're waiting final approval from them on 6 of those. So we've made quite a bit of advancement, and a lot of those recommendations intertwine with the mass casualty recommendations. So considerable effort has been done here to advance those additional. So we're waiting for the final report from Employment Social Development Canada. That'll be coming in the coming days. So that'll be their final report.
Yes, I'm curious. I'm fairly certain ESDC's report and Hoyt's report, obviously two different things that you're dealing with. You're dealing with Employment Canada safety on the ESDC report, and the Hoyt is internal RCMP, both of which I believe are internal. We're never supposed to see them, of course, because they probably got the truth somewhat more in them, right? The ESDC one would be good, really good, but I don't know. It called about the Onslow. Excellent, thank you. They intertwine, of course. The overlap, who knows? So I don't think we get to see these reports, but frankly, why not? Why do we not get to see the internal report? Why are they internal if it's transparent?
Question for, sorry, it's Mike McDonald from the Canadian Press in Halifax. One of the central recommendations from this report was a rethink of the RCMP's central role in policing in Canada. It's a big recommendation. I'd like to know what progress you've made on that and whether you've been talking to the federal government.
So thanks, Mike, for the question. And the question of the RCMP's role in contract provinces has been raised several times, either in parliamentary committees or I've seen a couple articles. I'm here to tell you that the RCMP has three core mandates. We have our contract in Indigenous policing, which is our frontline policing, the federal policing, and also specialized policing services, and that serves actually the National Police Services. The question with regards to the RCMP's engagement with contracts is with the contract part where the contracts that we have with provinces and territories, if you wish, is not one.
It's what was it, Mike? Oh, you got to get the familiarity invasion. Thank you so much for the question, Mike. You know, are you having me over for dinner later? Such balls, this NLP shit.
One that rests on the RCMP's responsibility. The contracts between the provinces and territories are negotiated through public safety. So any negotiations, if a municipality or province wishes to change police force, that those discussions are taken up with the province and we assist as we go forward. So as of today, Mike, I'm here to tell you that we still have three core mandates and we're driving forward. We're recruiting accordingly for these three core mandates.
And again, if I could just add, Commissioner.
How's your wife, Mike? Since we're all chums, but it's supposed to be, you're supposed to be able to put yourself there. That's the psychology behind it. You know, like it's Mike and everybody's friends here and nobody's wearing uniforms. You don't really see it, but it's all just show. It's junk to influence your mind.
From a Nova Scotia lens, no doubt you're aware that the province has announced their provincial policing review as a mass casualty recommendation. So that I welcome that review. That review, it appears, although it's early days, will be extremely comprehensive and looking at different models of policing, different funding models of policing, different ways of delivering perhaps specialized services that we currently do for most municipal police departments here in the province. So it also should be perhaps a fundamental change too, as the way police react to social situations that we're seeing, whether it be mental health, whether it be homelessness, and the issues that are facing Nova Scotia today.
Okay, so this was about the MCC, but also now we're into homelessness. A whole bunch of other stuff. You see, more trash. Let's throw in more trash that has nothing. Pass around the feather. Pass the feather around. Let's do that. And how many reviews? The lenses. Just garbage words. Garbage words. I'm seeing it through the trauma-informed lens. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Tara. Just balls. The NLP is fail. If you guys can only speak in that language, you obviously show intelligence. Lists of 10. Lists of 10 for you. Maybe you can get some building blocks, or what are the blocks with the letters on them? They should do, what they should do is a report on how they mistreat their own members. Somebody external should do a report on how they mistreat their members, persecute them, treat them like crap, and drive them out of the RCMP. That would be a good report. Love to see that. Independent. He's not welcoming that report that he's speaking of. He absolutely does not welcome it, because it's going to, those are the kinds of reports that are going to say, maybe the provinces should boot you out.
Mike, if I can just come back to your question, I just want to add just a couple pieces of information. You've heard in the news where Surrey's looking at going with their own municipal police force. Grand Prairie is the same thing. The role of the RCMP in this situation is when a province or a community, a municipality decides that they would want to look at different options, we bring all the information to the municipality or the province so they can make an informed decision. If a decision is
No, they bring the information forward after they run their PR campaigns on Facebook and all of that shit, which we've watched before, right? Keep the Alberta RCMP or whatever. There you go. Paid for by whom? Right? I wonder. That's all the reports say that they're bringing forward. You must keep us. We're so great. It's going to cost you a ton more money to get rid of us. So you have to keep us. Still, communities don't want anything to do with you. Frankly, again, it's about self-analysis. You should be looking at yourselves and saying, why is it that communities want to get rid of us? What have we done? Maybe we violated their trust. Maybe we fucked up big time. Pardon my language and my passion behind it, but it's true. Maybe that would be the way, the lens you should be using. Self-analysis. Look at yourselves. How is it that you got yourself into the stew that you did? Look at how you treat members. Look at how you've treated families. Don't try and convince everybody else on our dime that we must keep you. No, that's just making the problem worse, because you're not admitting your own faults.
To stay with the RCMP, there's discussions with public safety. If there's a decision that's made that they want to entertain going with their own police force, again, public safety are the custodians of the contract, but we do work with public safety, obviously, when we're into our contract.
Hi, I'm Aaron Beswick with the Chronicle Herald. You had warnings from neighbors and the Truro police that he had illegal guns, and from the Truro cops put out a warning that he had a handgun and he wanted to kill a cop. There are also reports that your officers had received reports that he had viciously beaten his partner outside the home, and nobody went and knocked on his door, and no warrant was obtained to search his house. What would you do? What would your officers, for these changes that you've made, if you got those calls right now? He's got a handgun by his bed. He wants to kill a cop. And he's not allowed to have any guns at all because he doesn't have a license. He's been beating up his partner, in public in the community. How would your officers respond differently today?
Thank you for that question. The Mass Casualty Commission did take a comprehensive look at all those particular issues. We react to a call for service, and it would be my expectation that, all calls for service are addressed and to the fullest of possibilities, right? It's hard for me to speculate on
The transparency of Greg Wiley. Remember that? Oh, nobody can even. You gotta phone in, and we're not going to have that on camera, and they can only draw a sketch of him, and whatever, man. Transparency, Greg Wiley.
What the particular officers knew at that particular time. My expectation, when we're dealing with a serious situation of intimate partner violence, for instance, is that we would work, with our partner agencies to, ensure that there's good safety planning around that victim, follow-up required, and all the necessary stops are taking place. So, as in my opening remarks, we're starting those comprehensive collaborative discussions around things such mandatory arrest and charge. So those are very important discussions that the mass casualty surfaced. And
Discussions. Okay, so discussions equals what? What does discussions equal? Right, zero. Zero progress. Let's get lost in the discussion. Let's have a paper on that. Let's think about it. Hey, who's ordering sandwiches today? But we can't tell you. We're very transparent, but we can't tell you about Greg Wiley. McDonald, let's go up to Nunavut. Boodlin? Oh, right. Oh, those people down in the United States? Oh, don't worry about it. Hey, has anybody got the feather? We can pass around the feather. Now we've got homeless people too. It's like the press are asking the same questions as they did in 2020. It's like a cycle, like a toilet flushing. Yeah, Greg Wiley knocked on the door plenty of times. The questions, though, at least, they've kind of got a little bit of bite. There's a couple in here. They're like, why do you need to rewrite your report? The report's there. Why do you need to rewrite it? Derp.
and need to continue, and police then need to react to those. But my expectation of my police officers is that they would investigate and let the evidence take them where they need to be, whether it to be a search warrant or what have you.
Okay, and so my follow-up would be, is one of the issues that was identified in the MCC was that, municipalities pay for a set number of officers to be working any day or night. And that night, due to various people being off for various human resources reasons, a significant portion of shifts aren't filled.
This is good. This is good. And for those of you who went through were able to find that buried within, of course, the shit website that they set up. Non-searchable documents. Oh my goodness. Anyway, the staffing, they redacted everything because they don't want to tell people that they're always short-staffed. I believe, though, who was that? Baselt said that shift, they were majorly understaffed. Of course, because they're understaffed all the time. But you pay for it. So good question. This is a good question in terms of how they are pulling the wool over everybody's eyes. What is it? 2 till 6, there's no policing? Is it 2 till 6 or in Colchester? Do you guys even have policing 2 till 6 yet in Colchester? Don't think so. I haven't heard. Well, who knows? I don't know. I haven't heard anything different. It must be like down in the States. Where's that? Pittsburgh. It's Pittsburgh. Did you guys hear about that? Pittsburgh. You're not allowed to, unless it's a very serious violent crime. They don't do anything at night. Like, it's Pittsburgh, man. Oh no, we got to have verification if something violent is going on. I don't know if that's a neighbor phoning in saying there's somebody dying next door.
So what percentage of shifts that are paid for in Nova Scotia are going unfilled right now?
Well, it's difficult for me to talk per shift. So we have mechanisms in place to ensure that if we have a vacation or somebody's away on training or somebody is sick, we have mechanisms in place to fill that particular shift. With respect to
what mechanisms, aside from the statistical games that you guys play, by putting people out on certain leaves and stuff like that so that you can try and say that your shifts are filled? Bullshit. And the question should be directed, funnily enough, to the commissioner, because this problem exists all across the country. The RCMP are understaffed. It's a joke. It's an internal joke within the RCMP how short they are on shifts all the time. All the time. That's why you got the redacted report saying, no, we can't fill our policing. They literally had it all, like the shifts, and they were blacked out because they don't want to tell anybody the numbers. They're atrocious. And it's not a problem that is reserved for Nova Scotia. This is a RCMP, and it has been a problem for a long time. I know a retired member who this has been happening for so long, and they know that. Yet, so we're all suffering because they don't have the policing. 18, 19?
Colchester County, for instance, they are responsible for funding frontline police officers. So we have internal mechanisms to collect data and have discussions, say, for instance, with Colchester, looking at data informing as to why we perhaps would need an increase in resources. We do the best we can with the resources we have. Right now, Nova Scotia, we're in a very good place as far as our recruiting and our retention of employees. Within the RCMP world, we tend to be...
Ask Mills. Ask Bernard. Or the countless other members who left. Good members. What are you going to get left with? People that are frightened within the culture of fear that you have purposely cultivated and done nothing about. It's a cancer, and you lost all those good members. How are you going to fill them? Let's see what he says. This is important too.
A destination province. RCMP employees want to come to Nova Scotia, so I generally have very little difficulty filling any sort of vacancy. So right now, in the last year, for instance, we've welcomed 41 new cadets. So our depot training facility has ramped up and is able to deliver, new cadets to our province. So 41.
Do you think more than 41 people quit? I guarantee you more than 41 people quit. So they're short there, I would say. Of course, they can't tell you. They won't. Redacted.
We've also welcomed over 34 experienced officers from other police departments.
This is very important. Other officers, they're doing blue for yellow again. Blue for yellow. Blue stripe for yellow stripe. You guys know what that is? Blue for yellow stripe. That means qualifying people straight in from other police departments, not to RCMP standards. They're just saying, you can come over here and work. They've done this before. McDonald, funnily enough, is, I believe, Rodney, was it Rodney McDonald? I always get them mixed up. McDonald is blue for yellow. And when they're short, that's what they do. So he's admitting they're really struggling with recruiting and retaining staff, recruiting new people to come in. Recruiting new people to come in, remember, they're dropping the standards to get officers in. What was it, Brenda and her racist Matt? Standards are going down for police officers because people don't want to join. Because you call them racists. You say, well, systemically, we're a racist organization. We're horrible. All of us are just horrible. Who wants to join that? Nobody. Right? Well, I don't know if that's specifically targeted, probably, at white males. They don't want to join to be called a racist. Okay. Not saying that there are individual members that aren't racist. Of course, they should be dealt with. But this is the mentality. See, I have to go through the rigmarole. Well, of course, no, it's specifically targeted. DEI recruits. Yes. You drop the standards. Remember what was it? Another one? This is classic. The licenses. Oh, licenses. We're recruiting up in northern Canada, but there are many people up there who do not have driver's licenses. So we're getting them in. What? You're having people who do not have driver's licenses joining the RCMP. There's going to be a slight difference between dog sledding or snowmobiling. Again, this is not a race thing. I don't know. White people who live up there, and that's all that they need to do is zip around on their skidoo. That's slightly different than driving, say, a high-speed pursuit. But you need a lot of training and driver experience that you're bringing to the table prior to joining. So you're short what he is admitting there. Blue stripe for yellow stripe. They're screwed. And they know it. And they're saying it. I know probably that's just sailing. Maybe it doesn't make sense. But if they have to recruit other police forces to come in, that means people aren't applying to depot. They don't want to join. So why are they shortchanged? More than they were before? More. Because the blue for yellow, it was only a phase that they went through when they were really stuck. And it went out. Now they're back to it. That's very serious. And that's even with the lowered standards, racist mats and Brenda and driver's licenses and low qualifications, which frankly is insulting upon other officers who had to go through the whole process, right? So you're not only qualifying somebody who may not be appropriate for the job. Who knows if they're recruiting people at this point in time who have actual citizenship, are Canadians? I would highly suspect that it's possible that they're recruiting people who aren't Canadians. I.e., maybe, you're a landed immigrant. To which I can say, landed immigrancy, as soon as you get off the plane, you have it. So you don't know really anything about the people you're recruiting. You're dropping the standards. You're having to go into other police departments to say, hey, you want to come over and join us? So now you've got a lower quality of officer, and those who have been around for a long time, they're looking and they're like, well, what the fuck, man? I got to work with these people? I had to go through shit to get here. These people can just come straight in. 2 till 6 policing with low quality and short-staffed. Oh no. And good officers gone.
Across Canada. So we do have mechanisms in which to constantly assess where we are with human resources, which is a challenge for everybody, every organization, whether it be policing or not. But we do have mechanisms in place to ensure we have the right complement working. The last thing I would say is that we have the ability to surge resources, whether it be from, our headquarters, whether it's the other districts. During Portapic, we had multiple areas responding. Our national headquarters respond. So there's various avenues for us to access.
Thank you.
If I can just, I'll give you a little bit of a picture at the national level, because I was asked in previous media interviews the state with regards to vacancies. And it touches a little bit on what Dennis was saying. The current vacancy, the average vacancy across the country right now is about 15%. Mind you, there's some
15%? I say he's being very conservative in his numbers.
provinces that are a little bit higher than others. Dennis is right. Nova Scotia being a destination of choice, the vacancy pattern is a little low. But if I can share some numbers with you, this as of January 2024, we had 14,445 applicants for the RCMP. That was an increase of 49% from the previous years. So the issue that we have, or the concern we have with vacancies, we're in a better position because we're recruiting more people. Our troops now are up to maximum capacity, which is 32 per troop, which we used to have only 24. And the recruiting, the change that we brought into the recruiting process has favored the organization. And Dennis touched a little bit on the experienced police officers. These are police officers from other organizations.
Blue for yellow. Blue for yellow. Uh-oh.
I've never seen so many experienced police officers joining our organization. So that, combine that, the plan is that in a couple of years, we'll be in a better position with regards to all positions. And again, if a community or province wishes to increase their allotted positions, well, that's a discussion you must have with the commanding officer. In Nova Scotia, in this instance, would be Dennis, and appropriate funding's got to be sought as well.
You have the money. You get the money. You just can't fill them. It has nothing to do with that you don't get the money. You get all kinds of money. You got all the toys. And then you get more because you say you don't have enough because you can't police, because you don't have the stuff. Bullshit. You lie about that too. That's not good. It's just good to come out and say, like, bare your soul on this one. We're really short-staffed. We're really screwed. We've got this wrong because this road is just going to continue. What is it, 150? Holy shit, man. Have you read that? I read some of that on air one day. Oh, no. Disaster. Disaster. Now you're having to headhunt in other police departments? Oh, God.
Hi, my name's Lindsay Jones. I'm a reporter with the Globe and Mail. And I wanted to ask about, I heard your apology to the families about being unable to keep them safe.
This is good. This is good for families. I think this is some progress.
During the event. And we also heard in the final report about criticisms of the RCMP being unable to admit mistakes. I'm wondering, can you today admit to the family that you made mistakes, admit to the families that you made mistakes?
Yeah, Lindsay, I can start, and then Dennis can chime in. But when I was here last year, I did say that I am terribly sorry for the pain and suffering that the family's gone through and continue to go through. And our members, the role of the police is making sure the community and its citizens is safe. And on that particular day, faced with extenuating circumstances, we weren't able to do that, and I'm sorry for that.
Okay, so, it's very begrudging there. But it's progress. That is progress. Extenuating circumstances, because of extenuating circumstances, we couldn't really do it, but you admitted it, which is progress. He starts it out with a complete nothing. I apologize. As you heard me last year, I apologized for the pain and suffering that they're experiencing. I'm sure some guy over in Bangladesh could say the same thing. Makes no difference. Doesn't make a difference. You, as the RCMP, did you fail or did you not? The answer is far more complicated. Far, far more complicated than the MCC and this rigmarole that they're running everybody through. But if you're going to go down this road, that night, a disaster.
I've read the report, and I'll be honest, I struggle with what they went through. I can't even imagine what they went through, losing a loved one in such a way. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what happened.
See, that kind of stuff is backtracking. I'm sorry for what happened. Oh, I can't stand it when people say those kinds of things. I'm sorry for what happened. My role in it is follows. Anybody can sit around and say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that somebody died. Somebody called last week. I'm sorry that somebody died in their family. Does that mean I had anything to do with their family member dying? No, I had zero. They died. Right? It's a nothing. But he did give a little bit there. He did give a little bit. So good question, Lindsay.
Again, I'm deeply sorry. I've served this province for half my career. It's unfathomable what happened, and certainly take responsibility for, you know, the not meeting certainly the family's expectations and or the community's expectations. And I'm sorry for that. For me, part of that taking responsibility is doing better, right? And doing better and working and energizing with, you know, the last ounce of time that I have within the RCMP is to making sure that we respond in the future better. We're better resourced, we're better trained. We've made investments in technology, we've made some investments. This must not happen again here in Nova Scotia or across Canada. So for me, it's not only taking responsibility and apologizing, but it's also accountability and ensuring that we're best prepared to respond in the future.
Thanks. And as a follow-up, I wanted to ask about the implementation of the Mass Casualty Commission recommendations. So this report you've put out today says you're working towards the principles of that. But, you know, and for instance, you know, one of the recommendations was to stop depot and sell the land. But, you know, in your report, you're suggesting that the training and delivery of depot should be improved. Why is it working towards the principles and not actually implementing those recommendations, specifically the depot one?
So Lindsay, on the depot question, when you look at the recommendation itself, one, it asks the RCMP to shut down depot and to give the land back. But it also asks that public safety work with provinces and territory to develop a 3-year university degree policing training for all police services across the country by 2032. So
I disagree with this one. I disagree with it. It's not academic. Policing is not academic. In part, but you got to have the street smarts. You got to have the physical stuff going down. It's not about whether you can go to school and thump books. Come on. I've seen lots of smart people who couldn't think their way out of a bag if they were on the street. Has totally different connotations. But I mean, that's communism, right? Let's get everybody, whatever. I disagree with Depot, like with the idea of policing now changing into an academic field. Are you out of your mind? That's why people don't have things on their sleeves here.
that was based on the Finland model in the report that highlights it. Finland's composition of law enforcement is a little different than the RCMP. It's my understanding it's got one law enforcement for the whole country doing provincial and municipal. We have 160 different law enforcement agencies across the country. You look at how Quebec trained their police officers, how Ontario's is, the tactical aspect is basically the same. I think when you look at the spirit of it, is obviously the RCMP has to get better when it comes to depot. I've been to depot several times, and the training right now for a cadet is 26 weeks. The curriculum is continuously being reviewed. After the 26 weeks training, the cadet it graduates and is assigned to a coach for a period of 6 months, sorry. And what I'm seeing, and I shared you with numbers, but what I'm seeing in depot right now is we're seeing the average age of cadet is 29 years old. And that recommendation tied into the importance of having a post-secondary degree education.
Okay, that's a major shift in RCMP. Once upon a time, RCMP were very young. Young, get up and go guys by and large, right? 19, usually, out of high school, and that was the way, and then it was into depot. Now it's 29. Soon they're going to be recruiting into old folks' homes because the standards going down. But hey, I can do organic chem. It's very important.
So the average age of our cadets right now are 29 years old. They're coming in with diverse life experience as well as education. 83% of our applicants have some form of post-secondary education. So I think what we really have to look at is depot itself is not just a little RCMP bubble where it's just RCMP ideas. We actually we work closely with certain Canadian universities, a couple American universities. Depot is leading on the international scene with the post-traumatic stress study of cadets, of police officer. So there's a lot of good things being done. Our management advisory board as well has reviewed Depot. They've come.
God, this is such a communist organization. Reviews and committees and all kinds of shit. Just absolute gobbledygook. Not an officer on the street. No, that's not what it's about. It's about, how many more committees can we strike up? How many more professors can we fund? That's what he was talking about there. Professors and their funding down in Australia and shit. Fuck off, man. That is just so you can bail yourself out with a report. Absolute trash.
Up with 4 recommendations that we're looking at exploring. So I think, like I said, I can control depot to a certain extent, but if public safety decides to go down the road with regards to one type of training for all law enforcement across Canada, we'll have to adjust. But right now what we're doing is we're learning from these. We're making sure that we incorporate it into the curriculum and we continue to advance with regards to training. Our curriculum when it comes to depot has been used in several parts of the world. So that's why that was one of the recommendations that kind of surprised me when I saw it. But again, the spirit of it's getting better. We want to get better. We want to learn and whatnot.
Bonjour, Catherine Moras pour la chaîne RDI. Donc, Monsieur Duhem, je vais vous citer. Vous avez terminé en disant que vous voulez dire aux Canadiens qu'ils peuvent faire confiance à la GRC. Ça fait 4 ans depuis la tragédie de Portapic. Le rapport de la Commission des pertes massives a été très dur à l'endroit de la GRC. Comment vous décririez le lien de confiance de la GRC avec les communautés qu'elle dessert?
Merci, Catherine, pour la question. La question de lien de confiance, l'année dernière, quand j'étais ici, j'ai mentionné qu'il faut rebâtir, et de même la Commission a dit qu'il faut rebâtir le lien de confiance avec les gens de la Nouvelle-Écosse ainsi que les Canadiens. Et puis, le lien de confiance se rebâtit en donnant des résultats. Et en étant transparent. C'est pour ça que le travail que nous faisons au niveau des recommandations, on veut être le plus transparent possible. Et c'est pour ça d'ailleurs que je mentionnais le Progress Hub tantôt, qui va dans les 2 langues, on va pouvoir mettre toute l'information, la documentation. Il y a des recommandations pour lesquelles on va chercher de l'expertise externe pour nous aider. Et tout ce qu'on veut faire, c'est qu'on veut mettre les papiers dans le système pour que les gens puissent voir. Puis, il ne faut pas oublier qu'il y a aussi le Progress Monitoring Committee qui existe, qui a été une des recommandations du MCC, qui font leur responsabilité, c'est d'assurer le progrès. Et puis, on a participé 3 fois au comité. Et puis, la présidente du comité est satisfaite du progrès de l'organisation. Je ne dis pas que tout est beau. On a beaucoup de travail à faire, mais je pense que c'est en livrant les résultats que les Canadiens ainsi que les gens de la Nouvelle-Écosse qui vont voir que la confiance va être rétablie au niveau de l'organisation.
Je reviens sur ce rapport qui a été déposé l'an dernier. Donc, on sentait l'exaspération du juge MacDonald qui disait, bon, il y a certains points qui ont été apportés dans des rapports précédents. Je pense par exemple au rapport Bastarache, au rapport qui a été fait après la tuerie de Moncton. Est-ce qu'il y a des leçons que la GRC a enfin apprises après tous ces rapports?
Merci Catherine. Disons que l'organisation est composée de 30 000 personnes. Et puis pour changer un cap ou la culture de 30 000 personnes, des fois, ça peut être un défi comme soi. Je crois sincèrement qu'une des choses qu'on met en place qui n'était pas en place avant pour les autres révisions ou recommandations de différentes revues, c'est la question de Reform, Accountability puis Culture. Puis je l'ai lu en français, je m'excuse, j'ai oublié les termes en français. Le secteur comme tel donne la stratégie ou l'organisation qu'on n'avait pas avant. Avant, tout rapport était géré par un responsable de programme et puis je trouve qu'il manquait de continuité. Donc, ce que nous avons fait, on a repriorisé les ressources à l'interne et on a créé la réforme, l'imputabilité et la culture qui, parmi leurs responsabilités, c'est de faire le suivi des recommandations et de pousser les recommandations de l'avant. Donc, c'est non seulement de mettre en place les recommandations, mais ce n'est pas parce qu'une recommandation est complétée qu'automatiquement qu'elle est poussée de côté, parce qu'il y a d'autres choses qui peuvent arriver dans le monde qui peuvent nous porter à réfléchir d'aller revoir cette recommandation. Mais ce n'est pas juste au niveau de la perte des commissions de perte massive que le secteur a été créé. Il y a également la commission d'enquête rouleau qui a eu lieu à Ottawa sur le convoi. Il y a la révision qui a été faite en Saskatchewan également. C'est de ramener toutes les choses à un point central pour que l'organisation ait un bon contrôle et une bonne vision de ce qui se passe pour qu'on puisse assurer, un, qu'on les adresse, deux, qu'on assure un suivi approprié.
Bonjour, Héloïse Rodriguez, aussi Radio-Canada. J'ai une question par rapport à ce que vous avez répondu à mon collègue Brett. Je pense que vous avez dit qu'il y a 10 recommandations qui sont en cours en ce moment, en sachant qu'il y a eu 130 recommandations qui ont été faites. Pourquoi est-ce que vous dites que vous êtes satisfait du progrès s'il y en a seulement 10 qui sont en train d'avancer dans votre cas?
Merci. D'un, je vous rappelle que la commission, c'est écrit dans le rapport que les changements, ça peut prendre du temps. Les changements il y en a certains qui sont plus complexes que d'autres. Je vais vous donner un exemple. D'ailleurs, on avait un échéancier de 6 mois pour rencontrer le premier échéancier qui nous avait été imposé sur 2 des initiatives pour lesquelles on a rencontré. Et puis l'autre, je peux vous donner un exemple au niveau des avertissements, Alert Ready. Par exemple, l'organisation a créé un poste au niveau national de coordination, de formation. La formation au niveau de Alert Ready est maintenant donnée aux cadets à dépôt qu'on n'avait pas avant. Et puis, à ce jour, chacune des provinces et territoires ont une entente avec leurs gouvernements respectifs au niveau de l'application de Alert Ready. Donc ça, c'est un progrès qu'on n'avait pas. Et il y en a d'autres progrès. Donc, il y en a qui peuvent avancer plus rapidement que d'autres. Mais si tu regardes, quand le rapport a été déposé il y a 1 an, par le temps qu'on regarde comment est-ce qu'on veut structurer pour s'assurer qu'on a un suivi approprié des recommandations, le secteur a été créé peut-être 1 mois, 1 mois et demi après. Donc, par le temps que tu passes entre les recommandations, tu commences à faire des papiers, il y a de la recherche, de l'expertise également. J'aime mieux prendre mon temps et l'avoir correctement que juste cocher une case et passer à l'autre.
En suivi, pour avoir couvert la tragédie il y a 4 ans, on se souvient tous à quel point c'était chaotique. Là, vous avez quand même formulé beaucoup de recommandations, beaucoup de progrès. Qu'est-ce que vous dites pour rassurer les Canadiens que si ça se passait demain, vous avez maintenant les outils pour mieux les protéger finalement?
Je te pourrais inviter Denis à faire des commentaires. Mais, évidemment, j'ai dit à plusieurs reprises que tragique incident qui s'est passé, si on n'apprend pas et on ne bouge pas, c'est arrivé pour absolument rien. Et ce n'est pas mon intention. Il y a beaucoup de progrès qui s'est fait dans différentes sphères d'activité. J'ai mentionné l'Alert Ready, qui a été utilisé, Denis peut le dire, combien de fois dans la province de Nouvelle-Écosse. Quand on regarde les tristes incidents qui sont arrivés à Saskatchewan, Jane Smith Cree First Nation, l'Alert Ready a été utilisé plusieurs fois. Donc, c'est rendu un réflexe au niveau de la police, quand il y a un incident sérieux, d'alerter les gens avec l'Alert Ready. Il y a également le côté technologique que Denis a mentionné tantôt, le Blue Force Tracking, que l'organisation n'avait pas. Et j'ai eu la chance vraiment de le voir en action, si vous voulez. C'est une map, ni plus ni moins une map, mais chacun de nos membres sont identifiés avec un dispositif électronique. Et on peut voir où est-ce que les gens se dirigent. Et la raison, si tu regardes juste ça comme ça, c'est que ça ne veut pas rien dire, mais il y a une personne dans une salle qui peut contrôler, qui peut dicter les gens où aller. Donc, la question des routes, des fois que les gens qui ne sont pas familiers, ben, en ayant une personne dans une salle, peut guider les gens basés sur la technologie que nous avons à les différents endroits. Donc, ça, c'est bien. Puis le fait que il y a une procédure au niveau d'Alert Ready, pour moi, c'est un gros accomplissement parce que le réflexe au niveau dans le domaine policier, c'était vraiment au niveau des Amber Alerts quand ça s'appliquait à des enfants. Et puis là, c'est maintenant une pratique courante. Et d'ailleurs, je l'ai mentionné dans mon introduction, ce qui est arrivé, le triste événement qui est arrivé ici, on l'a présenté à l'Association des chefs de police canadiens pour qu'eux aussi peuvent apprendre de ce qu'on a vécu. Et puis, ça a très bien été reçu. Merci.
Sky Bridenblom with Global Halifax. I know that you mentioned the emergency management team has around 18 people now. I'm just wondering how will that staffing increase address any previous gaps in response?
So the Nova Scotia Emergency Response Team, through funding from the provincial government, is now an 18-person full-time team. How that will increase, previous to that, we've had a combination of full-time and also part-time team members. So part-time team members would be working out in a district or what have you. Now they work all together as a full-time team. How that will improve is the sense of not only do we have that full-time team, but we're focusing on then working with other teams, whether it be Halifax Regional Police Team, Cape Breton Regional Police Team. We recently, as recent as 6 weeks ago, hosted a regional workshop for the emergency response teams in the Atlantic. So we had Royal Newfoundland Constabulary, we had Fredericton Police. The goal is to be better interoperable so that we can interchange and replace. Some of these incidents that we experience go on for quite some time. So just this week, some of our folks were assisting New Brunswick RCMP in a very, very serious armed and barricaded where there was shots fired at police. So part of our team went up to assist. Halifax Regional Police provided the redundancy and the backup. So that interoperability, that ability to train together, to know different tactics together, extremely important for public safety. Ideally, we move towards more integration with different teams so that we're fully integrated, fully mobile, so that, and I'll give you a very good example. About 2 weeks ago, right here in Millbrook, we had a shooting incident where public alert was triggered. At the just previous that morning, we had a very serious incident up in Pictou County. So our teams were deployed in multiple areas. So, you know, with the assistance of Truro Police here in Millbrook, we were able to safely arrest not only those in Pictou County, but here in Millbrook as well. So interoperability is better, and then we got to move towards a more integrated model.
Thank you. And another question, when it comes to uniform disposal and also the decommissioning of police cruisers, improvements are being made there. What does that look like?
So if I may, and then I'll ask Dennis to chime in on the provincial side, but on the disposal of uniforms, what we did is looked at the policy and modified the policy, but also looked at, the form that a member signs when they retire. We refer to as 1733. And we put actually a section there that the member confirms that he or she no longer has any uniform. Was it 2 weeks ago, actually, at my Wednesday roundtable with all the commanding officers from across the country, I asked that to make sure that they adhere to the policy and they have measures in place So obviously, we can't stop everything because you could fabricate things sometimes that is challenged, but we invite the public to call us when you see something. So that would be in the short term. On the longer term, we want to look at, is there any legislation under the criminal code that we can enter for someone who has police paraphernalia? So I'll let Dennis go expand on what they're doing here, and I'll come back on decommissioning of vehicles.
For the uniforms specifically, of course, the province of Nova Scotia passed their Police Identity Management Act. It's called PIMA. So that governs ensures that police departments here in Nova Scotia have rigorous policies and processes in which to destroy their equipment and their uniforms. Since 2021, I know each division here in Nova Scotia has destroyed over 15,000 pounds of uniforms. Each of our units and our detachments in our district have rigorous processes in place to collect and get rid of that equipment. So
Whose jackass idea was it, honestly, to sit around and weigh shirts and uniforms? Like, what? You went to a weigh scale? Perhaps it was the weigh scale down there with the specially clipped tape and Mazda sitting on the side of the road waiting. It wasn't run by the RCMP or anything. But who would weigh shirts? I don't know if that was Pepper's idea. A fail. It was a fail.
we are governed here in Nova Scotia under the PIMA legislation, and it gets down to even to the points of shoulder flashes, which traditionally in policing was a gift almost to somebody. So now that is not even allowed under PIMA legislation here in Nova Scotia. So it's that rigorous. We've enforced the PIMA legislation here in Nova Scotia, as has Cape Breton Regional Police. 2 cases that I'm aware of that we've enforced the legislation. And of course, you know, it is illegal to impersonate a police officer. So I just wanted to also make sure the public is aware of that too.
So, Sky, to your second question with regards to decommissioning of vehicles, you might recall that the Minister of Public Safety.
Whatever happened to that second day of testimony? Remember? From a RCMP brother-in-law? Well, that disappeared with the inside deals going on. Yeah, they never passed that one along either. No, we don't need him to show up anymore. In fact, I don't even think that they said that he would show up and then he didn't. Anyway, but he stipulated that all the decals were removed.
To put a moratorium on all sale of vehicles. So all their vehicles, once they get to the end of life, they go through Crown Asset and they're usually auctioned off. There's a moratorium on that since January, I think, 2021. We've initiated an internal audit from our own audit team following that. And what it revealed that we had good practices in place, but we can be better. And when I say better, especially from a governance perspective, a tracking perspective at the national level. And so that we're working on that. But we also hired, and this is what I referred to earlier, that we go and get subject matter experts. We did hire an external firm, not associated with the RCMP, to review our existing policies, and they felt that the policies we have in place are sufficient. They prevent decals or any piece of equipment to remain on the vehicle.
I wonder if there's any relations in that external firm, or perhaps what was their previous employment? I'd be curious to see that. I have a feeling.
And but they also highlighted one thing. They also highlighted the fact that the vehicles that we use are the same type of vehicles that any one of you can buy at a used car dealership or a brand new car dealership or from an individual. So I have yet to talk with the minister because, again, there's a moratorium on that. So those are some of the discussions I'll have with the minister as we move forward.
Hello, Heidi Petracek with Global National. There's a lot of talk.
Oh, Heidi, if you're listening, still waiting for the July 10th, 2020 SITREP expose. Don't know where that is.
Talk about analysis and review and external reports. I mean, how do you reassure people that the RCMP as such a large organization is not going to fall into analysis paralysis, where you just keep studying and actual actions don't happen or take too long to happen?
Well, Heidi, you're talking to the right individual, because I don't like when things linger. I think as an organization, since I've been appointed, I want an organization that's nimble, and I want results that are be driven.
If he doesn't like an organization that sits around, he's in the wrong organization. Remember the dusty manuals, the dusty reports? Oh yeah, very wrong organization. And he's right on the same track. We've got reports coming that we won't read.
Perfection sometimes can take a long time, but I think what we should do is make a strong analysis of what it is, and then make the decision and move on forward. I honestly think the structure that we have right now is stronger than what we had before, in the sense that our reform, accountability, and culture is responsible for reviewing all recommendations, not with just the MCC, but the POIC recommendation.
Just reviewing, that's it. He feels stronger that people are reviewing. Not implementing, not changing, not actually physically demonstrative, can't show you shit, can't tell you nothing. No, absolute more hogwash.
Which is the Rouleau inquiry that took place in Convoy in Ottawa, but also other things. If it's a coroner inquest, just to make sure that we have a funnel point, and that it's actually coordinated and then shared with the commanding officer across the division. The results will speak by its own. Like I said, in the commission, it was reported that it will take some time to go through everything. I just want to make sure we get things right.
No, so I never get it done, because it's just going to take a long time, and I'm sowing those seeds already to tell you that. Just the predictive programming. It won't get done. Don't worry about it. Same, yeah, absolutely. You didn't read the report. He's going to get called on that one, actually.
You talk about the hub for letting people know what's going on. What kind of commitment is there to update that regularly? Like, is there a time, like every year, every 6 months, every month?
No, so the commitment for us is, as we progress, our commitment is ensuring that the families are made aware first, and then it goes up. We're not waiting for any specific dates. If one is completed, we put it up on the hub.
Okay, so question. Why was Tara not informed of the meeting yesterday? Still haven't even recognized her as a victim. Wow, you guys are a major fail. Special place somewhere. It will come.
Without any advisory to media or whatnot, it's just we want to get people to go to the hub because we. So.
Hi, Nicola Sagan with CBC National News. So a year ago, you promised to make changes, and today you released this report. What is the main thing you want Nova Scotians and Canadians to know that you've changed and accomplished over the past year?
He got two. They got two done. They got two. Their batting average is amazing. Two.
So thanks. Is it Nicholas?
Nicola.
Nicola. Okay. So I'll let Dennis there just.
I'm your friend, but I don't even know your name.
Just chime in on what's going on in Nova Scotia, but the changes, like we've seen the changes with regards to Alert Ready. We've seen the technology that's being used, deployed across the country, that every division has access to this Blue Force tasking. We're looking at, we reviewed our incident command response model. There's two categories, one for the constable, the entry level, just to get a better understanding of what incident command is all about. But the 200 process, it was reviewed again by an independent firm, subject matter experts. There's some improvement to be done there. But all in all, is the message is that we've
Independent firm, which more than likely has RCMP relatives and or RCMP, former RCMP employees. Very independent. That's usually the way it goes.
We've heard this report, we read the report loud and clear, and we are changing as an organization. I just look at the recruiting side of things where the numbers I shared earlier with you, 49% increase from last year. That's because we modified our approach to what are the criteria when we recruit people.
Bingo! Bingo! What did he just say? I need to grab some aspirin. What did he just say? I'd like to know what you guys just heard. Shit gives me a headache. What did he just say? I can go back and listen to it again. What was it? 105.22. How do I back this up a little bit?
Firm, subject matter experts, there's some improvement to be done there. But all in all, is the message is that we've heard this report, we read the report loud and clear, and we are changing as an organization. I just look at the recruiting side of things where the numbers I shared earlier with you, 49% increase from last year. That's because we modified our approach to what are the criteria when we recruit people.
Bingo! They dropped the standards. Big time. 49%. Suddenly everybody's flooding to the RCMP. Get out of here. You just made the Mats racist. That's all. All Vision 150. You made it totally easy to become an RCMP. Tara, all right. God bless you. Have a good day.
So it's just changing that around. Even in the officer candidate program, where our future leaders of the organization, we've modified the program itself, and we're seeing an increase in people that want to become future leaders of the organization. So we're changing as an organization. Dennis?
And for me,
Oh, they certainly are changing. I wouldn't say for the better. They've modified it. Oh, yeah. Great quality you're going to turn out. Vision 150.
I certainly want Nova Scotians to feel confident in the RCMP, that we're better trained, we're better equipped to respond to critical incidents. The changes that we've talked about here this morning have greatly improved our ability to respond. I don't sit around, though, idle, because, you know, public confidence demands that we continually change and we continually evolve. So just yesterday, Tuesday, you know, we had a tabletop exercise in Port Hawkesbury, for instance, for our commanders. Tomorrow it's scheduled for Bible Hill. So that continuous training is the most important thing for me, because we have made changes and we have made improvements, but if we don't continuously evolve with our new commanders coming in, new cadets coming in, we don't continuously practice, then we can get stale. So instilling that learning needs to be and will be a focus of mine, you know, for the next year as we continually push forward.
Thank you. So for a follow-up, you mentioned in the conclusion that there will be challenges ahead. You may not succeed in all your efforts. What do you think will be the main roadblocks that might stop you from making these changes or making progress? This is for both of you.
Is that, do you want to go from provincial level or?
You know, from a provincial level, I don't, you know, the Mass Casualty Commission, I don't really, do I think there's going to be any barriers or challenges? there's always in policing or public safety, working with different partners and different needs, there are always going to be. Do I think they're going to be fundamental and difficult to overcome? No. I think the goal of the Mass Casualty Commission was that systemic review of the whole system. So working better with partners, working, strong, whether it be policing partners,
Not that individuals failed. Again, the total nothingness that you can't identify. They love this stuff. Just systemically, we failed. Okay, so how could you ever improve that? You don't know anybody's name. Nobody does anything. What was it? Even some of those reports, like the after action reports, which of course we saw none. Darren made sure of that. What was it? I didn't know what officer it was. An unknown officer, filled with that shit. They didn't want anybody to know anything. It's just a systemic problem. Don't look here. It's just that everything is terrible. Not that we have one or two baddies that we should really probably fire, prosecute, do something about. We could actually show you. We're just systemically bad. Move along now.
Nova Scotia has changed. I was away for 5 years and I come back and Nova Scotia has changed as far as level of crime, level of violence, social issues that are foremost in all our minds. So I don't specifically have a barrier. I think it will take time. We have to adjust. We have to adjust to the new reality. Funding will always be for organizations that need to support survivors. There'll be funding aspects. So it's not necessarily any one thing that's going to prevent us from moving forward.
So, Nicola, thanks for the question. I think one of the, from my position, obviously I mentioned that there's 33 recommendations that we actually own, right? And I want to make sure that those 33 recommendations that we drive them forward, I'm not going to say as fast as we can, but as I'm going to say as fast as we can in a certain sense, but without missing anything. I think the challenge I'm seeing.
These people are the slowest tards on the face of the earth. They don't move at all. They just do a report and another study and another one. And then they go and sit on dusty shelves. But we pay for it. Not just in our communities. Obviously all of families down there paid for it. Horrific policing. We pay for it. Meanwhile, he's going to retire to his boat. But he hasn't read the report. Probably somebody should ask him if he's read the report.
And is not necessarily with the report itself, but the report does touch on it, is what we're seeing in society right now. We have serious concerns with mental health issues, right? There's opioid addictions, there's the violence, intimate violence. It's not just a policing response. We need the right social mechanism to help the people out. And that's at the federal and provincial level, in some instances at the municipal level. So I'm just hoping as we move forward, we do have those right structures and support mechanisms in place for these people.
Thank you.
Good point, Truth. It's always blame everybody else. Blame Canadians. They're getting upset that you're doing a shitty job, have done a shitty job. So they're getting upset. So therefore it's those Canadians, those damn Canadians. They have a problem. They need to just shut up. Here's some more shit. It tastes great.
Hi, Blair Rhodes from CBC. There's a lot of aspirational language in the report today, shall, will. There's been similar language coming out of the aftermath of Mayerthorpe and Moncton and other tragedies involving the RCMP. And in each case, there was a sense that the RCMP was sort of ragging the puck, stalling until people forgot about the incidents and the recommendations, and very little was done. Moncton was one of the examples that was actually referenced by the Mass Casualty Commission of how there were still recommendations on the table that hadn't been touched. What's different this time?
So, Blair, I'm not aware, I was under the impression that all of McNeil reports were action, and I'll ask Dennis because that's in his previous life, but I can understand the skepticism of a certain individual, but I said it earlier.
Remember Brenda's response? It just collects dust. She doesn't read them. That's the way it works. And Alphonse, what's it? Your nephew? Remember that CERT report? Oh, goodness. Policing for me, not for thee. Oh no, now I've lost my place. Whoops. Where were we? I think we're almost done. Sorry, I've lost my place.
Are considered to be short-staffed.
So, James, thanks for the question. I'll have to get back to you specific training. As I'm here, we're moving forward because I don't want this to have happened for nothing. And if we don't change, we're going to the report itself, but the report does touch on it, is what we're seeing in society right now. We have serious concerns with mental health issues, right? There's opioid addictions, there's the violence, intimate violence. It's not just a policing response. We need the right social mechanism to help the people out. And that's at the federal and provincial level, in some instances at the municipal level. So I'm just hoping as we move forward, we do have those right structures and support mechanisms in place for these people.
Thank you.
Everybody else's fault. We just didn't have the money. We just didn't, no.
Hi, Blair Rhodes from CBC. There's a lot of aspirational language in the report today, shall, will. There's been similar language coming out of the aftermath of Mayerthorpe and Moncton and other tragedies involving the RCMP. And in each case, there was a sense that the RCMP was sort of ragging the puck, stalling until people forgot about the incidents and the recommendations, and very little was done. Moncton was one of the examples that was actually referenced by the Mass Casualty Commission of how there were still recommendations on the table that hadn't been touched. What's different this time?
I want to listen to this again.
So, Blair, I'm not aware. I was under the impression that all of McNeil reports were action, and I'll ask Dennis because that's in his previous life. But I can understand the skepticism of a certain individual. But I said it earlier. This is the worst mass shooting incident that Canada has ever seen.
Wow. The 10, counting to 10 is, the intelligence is just increasing. This is the worst shooting we've ever seen. Thanks. That wasn't the question.
And I'm sitting here in front of you, committed to say we're going to change. And the fact that we've changed the structure within the organization to allow us to better respond to the reviews and be more accountable. And
how? HOW. Show me. Show me. Show us. You've changed. What have you done? You've done 0 or 2, but even those 2, you can't prove it. Well, one of them is leadership. You just move people around. And you called something else a new name. And you've certainly got a lot of studies going on. Tons. And you've set up, what was the hub now? The Retardo Hub? What did they call that? Progress Hub, Dumbo Hub, some kind of hub. I'm committed though. Trust me, we are doing it differently this time. How are they doing it differently? Well, we're doing it differently, that's all.
we've provided the Progress Monitoring Committee the work that we've done so far. As long as I'm here, we're moving forward because I don't want this to have happened for nothing. And if we don't change, we're going to lose the trust of the Canadian public.
He can't prove nothing. That's what he can prove. 0. Look at his face. The question was, what have you done? You haven't done it in the past. Could you show that you can do it like that you've done something differently this time. And his answer is a non-answer. He can't. He can literally, other than say he's done 2 of 130. Wow. That sounds like somebody I want employed. I want to pay that. And then wonder why people are upset. Progress Hub. Progress Hub. We've got a Progress Hub. Look at our Progress Hub. It's very progressive. It's the progress.
Thank you, Commissioner. So just with respect to the McNeil recommendations that came out of the tragic events in New Brunswick in 2014, in my previous role in our national headquarters, I handled the McNeil recommendations. We did submit affidavits to the Mass Casualty Commission outlining that we implemented all 64 of the recommendations of McNeil. The last ones were with respect to Blue Force tracking. That was one of the last ones that we implemented.
Well, if that were true, what about the radio system bonging out? I thought that you were supposed to fix that.
McNeil report actually fundamentally changed the RCMP's response to critical incidents, as it should, and learn from the events of Mayerthorpe and or Moncton. Out of McNeil came, the proper carbine funding and distribution, the immediate action response training, where we immediately go to the threat, the initial critical incident response training for our immediate first responders. All that came out. There was aftercare suggestions and whatnot. So McNeil fundamentally changed the RCMP's response to critical incidents. And my expectation is that also the Mass Casualty Commission will then fundamentally change and push us even further.
Both of you have mentioned on many occasions this morning the Alert Ready system. You're extolling the virtues of it. But it came out during the Mass Casualty Commission that the RCMP were actively questioning the viability and effectiveness of the program prior to this incident and dismissing it as a police tool.
Leah and her tin can responses, remember, and sitting on them? Because the whole thing is fraud. That's why. Don't get lost in the stew of, well, it was just some mistakes and a couple of things here and there. The whole thing is an op to try to cover up what they're doing underneath of it. It's vile. These people are vile.
So again, my question would be, what's changed?
So I'll let Dennis, to be specific of what you're bringing, Blair. I'll just go when the Alert Ready was initially designed, if you wish, many years ago. It was focused really on weather warnings and amber alerts. And
right, because some stupid ass would actually believe that there's a mass shooting going on. That's not a good time to use it. They want you to believe this so that you don't ask questions more. What the hell was going on down there? Why was Wiley going in and out all the time? Who is Wiley? Why was Bent sending texts to Aaron? Why do you need a do not destruction order? What was July 10th, 2020 all about? You know, the really serious ones? But they want you to believe that, oh, we just didn't know that you could do with an alert. You could use an alert we use it, but no, we actually didn't know you could use that for a mass shooting. We weigh uniforms and need things to be counted in lots of 10. No, it's all a cover-up for a much bigger lie. And the millions that we've had to pay. And all those lives lost.
You look at it from a law enforcement perspective, when Amber Alerts were introduced, I think people got adjusted to it, and now it's ingrained in them, and it's a reflex when there's a missing children. They eventually expanded that to 5 different areas, right? Weather, amber, police, public safety emergencies, weather, health, and transport emergencies. When this tragic incident happened in 2020, There wasn't one law enforcement across the country that used the Alert Ready for a public safety emergency situation. So we have learned from that. And I shared earlier is we have developed, we have a national coordinator position out of national headquarters that looks after it, that works with the different provinces and whatnot. We've embedded it in our training at our cadet training. And so cadet training has it, and our members are trained on it. So there's and it's been used several times now. I think it's ingrained in the people now to use Alert Ready, and I'll let Dennis elaborate on your specific question with regards to Nova Scotia.
So what's changed here in Nova Scotia is since we got direct access to the system, so in 2021, we've issued 24 alerts to date.
Yeah, the Canadian Tire. Remember the Canadian Tire airsoft phony experiments so that they could dummy up the numbers and say that 911 was clogged, but then they found out that it wasn't. Like, it was so bad.
We have full-time staff sergeants that work in our 911 center. They're fully empowered to trigger an alert. They work with our strategic communications team to ensure the alert gets out as fast as possible. So we have rigorous policy around that. We are the leaders in Canada with respect to triggering alert readies. So what's changed is that alert ready has become a critical tool for us to use during critical incidents, for instance.
James Faulkner with Pure Country 99.5. You've talked about the response improvements and obviously the recruitment. I'm wondering what's being done to improve recruitment with 911 operators. You've mentioned about some of the procedures and so on that have been improved in training for the OCC, but certainly the number of 911 operators isn't as high as it was 4 years ago when there was actually operators here in Truro. What could be done to improve that where, they're in a situation with constant overtime calls and teams themselves in general are considered to be short-staffed?
So, James, thanks for the question. I'll have to get back to you specific training. Our OCC operators do go through a specific training for the task at hand. And when they're involved in instances as such, there are support mechanisms that are there to support them. But I would have to get back to you what additional training has been offered since the report was tabled. So I'm more than happy to circle back with you.
But as far as just recruitment for 911 operators to ensure that these teams are, not necessarily fully staffed, but better staffed than they have been the last few years.
Well, the recruitment, and I'm for one who we have to be aggressive in our recruiting. I understand that at one point it was a question of pay parity with other OCC operators in part of the country. I don't have the exact number when it comes to the number of vacancies across the country.
What was it again? The OCC? What was the song? I'll have to dig that up. I'll dig that up right now. What was her name? Oh, and her husband, Pascal, out on the West Coast. Yes, Pascal. That's what the OCC, which can't do anything, doesn't even know where a car is.
But I'd be happy to circle back with you. And Dennis, I'm not quite sure if you can add anything from a Nova Scotia perspective.
I can talk specifically about Nova Scotians. Our 911 center is a busy hub of activity. We actually just welcomed in, or will be welcoming in, as I talked about, experienced police officers. We're actually welcoming in 4 additional experienced 911 operators. So they go through rigorous training. Again, part of my past life was managing the policy center for the operational communication center. So they go through a rigorous training process. One thing we have got better and probably still need to improve is on the wellness supports and the recognition of what they hear and what the trauma that they go through. In our redesigned, what's new.
Just talk to Mills. He knows.
Nova Scotia as well. Our redesigned 911 center opened in 2021. You talk about a center that is better prepared even to handle the chaos of a mass casualty event as far as layout of the area. So we actually have down rooms now, which, you know, I would never have seen in my service 30 years ago, where we actually have down rooms for the operators to go as they've heard a very difficult call. They can now go to a down room. And so there's employee supports that we probably have to get better as we learn more about trauma.
I can appreciate trauma. I can appreciate trauma. A down room? Like, what's in the down room? Is that like the safe room? You've got pillows and things in the down room? Down room?
But the training that they go through is certainly rigorous, and you know, each one of our police officers, they are their lifeline. So, you know, very close relationships between the 911 operators and the police officers out in the field.
Hi, Jonathan McGinnis, CTV News.
Oh, the crayons. Maybe that's where they get the diagrams from that they put on walls. That somehow they don't know that a road is there, but they do know that the road is there, but they don't go down. Down rooms. The crayons. Yeah, maybe they have crayons there. I don't know. Funny though, you know, again, more stuff that they never really looked into. Who was it? Who was the fellow up in Truro? Who opened the denture shop? Didn't you take pictures? Somebody in here? Take pictures of that with the same phone number, and when they reverse numbered searched it, came back to, what was that guy's name? British military. No, never pursued that. Oh, yes. Clayfield. Right. Clayfield. But they got down rooms. So which is it here? Is it that they don't investigate, didn't investigate, purposefully covered up, destroyed, didn't deal with or address anything here? July 10th, Wiley, Clayfield, text going to Aaron, what was her name? The Dancing Queen. And I like that, the afternoon logs. The afternoon logs where she said, don't go in and look at any of those houses. Don't go there. We'll just wait. Oh, but yeah, but there might be dead people there. No, do not go in there. There may be people dying though. No, do not go in there. What was her name? Dancing Queen. Pascal's wife. Very traumatized because she was doing videos promoting RCMP. Anybody remember? What's her name? Let's see here. I'm going to get that video anyway. Dancing. Not Staying Alive. What's that song? Bee Gees? Bee Gees. Come on, guys. Help a brother out. My memory is failing me. Oh, what's her name? Rodier. There we go. Thank you.
Have any of the recommendations that you've spoken about today proven to be more difficult to implement, and if so, can you tell me why?
So, Jonathan, thanks for the question. The recommendations that we put in place were the ones that we deemed priority. Obviously, I mentioned the alert system. I also mentioned the ICR, Incident Command Response, which is an online course given to frontline people at the constable level and the supervisor level. That was the 200 was reviewed, and we as an organization have to look at the training, how it's delivered, and modify it. So the ones that we've had
This is what we pay for. Break it down. Break it down, Dustine.
Back on my feet, and by time took my chances. Went the distance, now I'm back on my feet. Just a man in his will to survive. It happens so fast. You trade your passion for glory. Don't lose the grip on the dreams of the past. You must fight just to keep them alive. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight. Rising up to the challenge of our rivals. And the last don't survive us, tough to spray in the night. And he's watching us all with the eye of a tiger. The eye of the tiger. The eye of the tiger.
Oh, here we go. The hair's down. The hair is down. Hair down. There's a hair down.
Where have all the good men gone, and where
Why don't we do something a little different?
Who is this fellow? I don't know who this fellow is. The Halifax fellow? Let me see here if I can find that again. There was another interesting question I had. I don't think it comes up as that. What was it? I highlighted it though. 3. Doo-doo-doo. Could you give me a quick call? Shit is really starting to hit the fan. One moment. Just going to do an inquiry down here. Where is it? Oh, it's not in. That's right. It's not in here. It's in the interview. Oh, okay. I'm going to need a minute on that. Pretty sure. Let me see. Give me a second on this one. Let's watch this for a minute more.
I said a hip hop, hit it, hip hop. You don't stop. I rock it out, baby. I do the boogity bang. I do the rhythm of the boogity beat. Now what you hit, now what you hit, now what you hear is not a test. I'm rapping to the beat. I said me, the group, and my friends are gonna try to move your feet. See, I am DMC, and I like to say hello to the black, to the white, the red and the brown, the purple and yellow. But first I gotta bang bang, the boogie to the boogie, set up, jump the boogie to the bang bang boogie, let's rock. You don't stop, I rock the rhythm that'll make your body rock. Now so far, you heard my voice about I brought 3 friends along, but they don't rap, but that's alright. So come on, please sing that song. I'm in the dip, the ladies pick, the women fight for my delight, cause I'm a grand master with the 3 MCs that shock the house full of y'all ladies. And when you come inside to the front, we do the freak spank and do the bump. And when it's
Okay. They never, ever asked about this. Jarrett McDonald, who was down Cobequid, right? That afternoon. So they say to him, of course, they take a break right before. They said, we're just going to stop recording because what they're going to ask about, right? I think you're referring to 41 and 46. Yeah, just want to be clear if you need a break. Oh, yeah. No, I'm good. Heidi Colcutt. Okay. Maybe we could just take a few minutes. Okay. Shit's coming. Yes, absolutely. We're going to stop the recording at this time, 10:21. Okay, so they come back, right? 10 minutes later. They need the break. Okay, we're resuming the interview. This time is 10:31. Okay, just as we were having a break, we were going to start discuss the check the addresses, and what happened in your experience for being detailed to go down into the community and check on some of those addresses. So you mentioned in prior specific references there were 2 addresses, and I'd be happy for you to start with those 2 addresses and tell us, as much as you can from your recollection, best describe what those events were, how you got that information, and what you did with that information. Jarrett McDonald, responding officer. So between the requests from people showing up at the top of the road, I'll call it number 2, Portapique Road, from the public and whatnot, I was also receiving a lot of messaging from the OCC. Okay, Justine Rodier, dancing queen over there. People were looking for callbacks. So let's say, for example, somebody called wondering about an address that that we knew was a scene. It could be their mother, father, sister, whatever it is. I wasn't doing next of kins over the phone, okay? And it wasn't part of my job for the next of kins. However, whenever there was a female that called, so I was getting a number of these, and it was just like makes a sighing sound. I feel for the people that are calling. They're phoning their loved ones, and it's ringing and ring. It's just ringing and ringing and ringing. Then I got a message on my MWS wondering, I forgot a female from Alberta. Pretty sure that's right, Crystal. That's what I have. That's what I know about a family member at 41 Cobequid Court. So I say to myself, remember though, of course, already Tara's got, it's in the logs. Rodney McDonald. I'll go down, is it Rodney McDonald? I believe so. I'll go down 41 Cobequid Court, and this is going to be I'll make this call because I can assure her sister's there. So would at the end of the day be a feel-good story. I'll go down and take care of this. So I went down to the end of the road, to the end of, I think it's Old Orchard Beach Road, and I turned right onto Cobequid Court, Cobequid Bay Court. Of course, the road that they had no idea about, but it was marked in crayons. But they decided not to go down and evacuate. And I hadn't been down there. I didn't even know that you could go down that far. I didn't, during the day, I hadn't been down there. So I turn in and I could see, as I drove in, and 41, unbeknownst to me, is in the trees down towards the water side. And they didn't have a driveway marker right at Cobequid Court. So I was kind of perpendicular to their driveway, I could see down, and I was like, oh, there's 41, because I could see a driveway marker that was set in the trees a bit. However, straight ahead of me was 46 Cobequid Court, door open. A couple of vehicles in the driveway, so I was like, sorry, what door? The front door of 46 Cobequid. So I was like, oh, okay, and again, at this time, I didn't know all these other houses on these side streets existed. So I was like, well, okay, I'll go down and chat with them and, see who they are and what they're doing. Okay, but meanwhile, of course, we've already had armored vehicles flying up and down the road in the morning. How nobody knew that there was a road. Of course, they drove right by it. But anyway, moving along. So I went in, so I stopped, drove up to their house, a couple of cars away, cars in the driveway, went up to their front step, and the doors were open, right? And I guess I knew that there was something wrong when there was appeared to be, to me, blank on the steps. So on their front porch veranda. And I looked in, and there was a male right inside the door who had been deceased for a while, like, corrugated. Okay, so incorrect. Corrugated blood on the, on him and stuff. And that's, so I called in. Coagulated? I can't say that word. Okay, fair enough. So I called it into OCC just to create a file. Okay, where's that file? Another scene here. Then I went in further beyond him. And then, so I called it in, went in further and saw that there was a female on the living room floor, if you will. It was just right off the main door. So it was a smaller bungalow style house. So I was, whoa, okay, there's another scene. Okay, but then I still hadn't checked 41, right? So I went to 41, pulled in, and there was a truck there. The house seemed to be kind of, maybe a lot of additions put onto it or something. Like in the yard, there was, blank and a bunch more blank. And I could hear the TV, and like the TV was was loud going up. So I went up the stairs. There was a male inside the door, deceased. And then I went over, like past him, and past, like there was like a homemade door with made plastic, like the plastic that you'd use when you're building a house and putting up insulation, the plastic that covers it. Vapor barrier? Yeah, yeah. It was kind of milky and it wasn't clean or clear. Maybe because it had been three or four, different layers on it. So I just looked in. Yeah, and there's a female deceased and a male and a female. So I'll go up to the other female later on. So I'll get to the other female later on. So I was like, so I was walking up to the door. I don't know if I was hearing things. It was the wind. I could hear somebody, what I thought was around me. So I was like, so whenever I came back out, I was like, I wondered if there somebody else here, in the, like, scared, if you will. So there's not a lot of, it was set in the trees, but but the trees. So I did a circle around, a circle of the house and in the trees, because I thought, by this time I knew that there was occurrence with the kids and the stuff and all that stuff. So I was like, maybe there's a kid hiding. And now he sees me, he sees a policeman coming in, and he's not sure whether or not it's a good or bad one, if you will. So I just did a quick check in and around the property, and I could see if I could find a kid that may be hiding from inaudible. Don't know if that's a name, who knows. The results were negative. But anyhow, then I radioed and had Nathan Forrest. I don't know if he was available or if he was on his way out towards Portapique, but he came and you could see both of the houses if you parked in the right position, where Nathan eventually did, to just complete, to make sure nobody was coming or going in from those residences. So then he took over those scenes. So then I realized I went to 2 for 2 at these 2 residences. Okay, 2 for 2 at these 2 residences. Not good. What is, like, all these other places have been checked. So Corporal Brad Wood, was up at the road. So I radioed for him to come down, because I realized that there was more people that there are houses around. And if there's houses, have they been is there people deceased in them? Or what my largest concern was, have they been shot? And now are they still alive and need help? Okay, so put yourself into this picture, right? Imagine you're down there and you find a bunch of bodies now, right? Four bodies, okay? And there's some other houses that haven't been checked. My, oh my. Okay. And you think you're worried that there may be people still alive that have been shot. So I can't remember if I radioed into OCC or called the OCC, but I said, Brad Wood and I are going to go around and check these houses. I don't want to call it a canvas, but call it, a well-being check, to check the houses to see if the state of their occupants. And the inspector at the time said, no, don't do that. Have they been shot and they're still alive and need help? And the inspector at the time said, no, don't do that. And I was like, because MCU needs a member there to be with you. Major crimes needs a member to be there to go and do checks to see if people are shot. Are you following? And I plainly remember thinking, if we find somebody, we will let them know. And then MCU can take over the scene. MCU looks after dead people. I don't care about necessarily, I want to provide, if somebody was injured and they're on their way out, I want to be there to help them. I read this before to you guys. Perhaps you weren't around. Truth, glad to have you here though. So that was my thinking. And then the inspector at OCC didn't want us doing that. Huh? So until an MCU member got there. So, it might have been like on the radio. But I think there were a couple of calls on the radio, to which there is no record of this. Like, are you sure type of thing? You're an inspector in the OCC. You're not necessarily operational, like you're a world away right now. I'm here on the ground just trying to help, do find survivors. So anyways, Wayne Bent, Skipper Bent from MCU eventually came out and we did our door-to-door canvas. That's when I realized, the number of houses that were down in that area. I mean, do you remember who the inspector was that you reported to, or who would have told you this? Rodier.
He's trying to prove a point.
Rodier. Excuse me? Pardon? Rodier said, do not go and try to see if you can find anybody alive. Wait. Then they ask him how long it was. That's when I opened the screen door, and then they found, okay. And then they eventually say, he says, I don't even know how long it was. Like it could have been half an hour, 45 minutes, something like that. Excuse me? Excuse me? Rodier? Rodier? That's a problem. Why was this never followed up on? Does that disturb anybody? Disturbed me a lot. It's kind of like Wayne texting Aaron. In the afternoon. What was it? 1:30? What are you doing? I thought you didn't know. Uh-oh. So is it as simple as
For instance, when you look at the alert ready that was rolled out to me, that
just all of these little mistakes? These little mistakes that they try and say, oh, you know, it was just that we didn't use the alert, and he was texting. Was he texting a dead man? Do we know that? You see, this is when the shit really starts to get scary. Nobody asks about that until I, you know, kept shitting all over them for it. Finally, the MCC then, oh, you know, and because I kept showing it during the stream, then they're like, oh, then they ask Wayne about it. I can't quite remember Wayne's response. Let's see if we can find that. And I was like, rah. This stuff, you know, there's so much more going on. Where was that? But they don't want to talk about that. They'd rather say it was a systemic problem. A systemic problem. Or that they just didn't have the funds, or they just didn't have the training, or that they will be working on something, they're drafting a report and they're getting there. Really? Are you sure about that? Because frankly, you should be asking. You should be asking Rodier questions about that. And Bant. Let's see if I can find that. Oh, come on. Really? I wish I should go back and because the live stream of that video was classic. Where I just kept showing Wayne's email or text on the screen. And then they were like, oh, I guess we got to ask about it. Okay. Here we go. To share audio. Oh, really? Okay, here we go. Here.
I know at some point in time I made contact with the Tuck Oliver family, but I don't recall when it was.
Okay, so if I were to show you a screenshot of a text message, which I'm going to have entered as an exhibit.
Those of you who are watching live, remember, I was blasting it all over. I'm like, you better fucking ask about this. And then they did.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, Ms. Hill, I think, is going to pass a move, but she slipped by me.
Thank you.
That'll be Exhibit 2347.
So I'll just give you a chance to read that over, Constable Bent.
Yep.
Do you recall that, sending that text message?
There was so much going on, I can't recall absolutely everything. I don't, I'm sorry.
Okay, and just for the benefit of the people who are, because we came to this late and it didn't get put in electronically, can you?
Why was it put in late? You remember the stream?
Just read the text for us, please.
This is Constable Bent with the RCMP, looking for Tuck to call me ASAP. Important, thank you.
And the time on that?
Is 1:15 p.m.
The time on that?
Is 1:15 p.m.
Okay, but you don't have any independent recollection today of having sent, and the time on that?
Is 1:15 p.m.
Okay, time on that?
Is 1:15 p.m.
Uh-oh. But you know what? It wasn't. Where did I put it? I will share this part too. It wasn't my copy of the text that was put in. Charlene did push it. Yes. So where did it come from? It wasn't my screenshot. Anyway, food for thought. Shall we continue?
Was an important one, so we get the message out there quickly. We finalized it, I think the last division was Nunavut to finalize it, I think it was a month ago. So this goes on to what I said earlier. Some will go faster than others because we don't control everything. But I'm happy to say that there's one initiative that we deemed that was pretty critical in informing general public that's now throughout the country. The mechanisms that it's being activated differs. Dennis has direct access to the system and his team. Other parts of Canada the same, and there's other parts where there's indirect access to the system.
Assistant Commander, you mentioned about the 41 new cadets who've come to Nova Scotia, the 34 others who have transferred.
You'd think Dorrington that morning, right? Dorrington that morning? Was it the morning, lunchtime? Parked right in front. If there's a body in the door, the mechanisms. Something very, very wrong with all of this. Very wrong.
All the good men gone and where are
It's not going to be remembered as a dusty report. They can glaze all they want. And they know the truth. It's better just to say the truth. We all have to go and meet our maker one day. I don't know.
And obviously, some would have left through either retirement or transfers. What is the net gain to Nova Scotia?
And you're correct. We have had, normal attrition. We've had, since April of 2020, we've had impacted employees that have exited the organization, hopefully well supported and with dignity. They've exited the organization. The net gain is that
Why have people exited the organization? Why?
So the RCMP as an organization wants to give this impression that they care about their members and that they will do, Commissioner Brenda Lucky said herself, we'll do whatever we can, or, we can't do enough. The way we were treated after this is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. It's the reason I left the RCMP, actually. So we had 13 guys, tab operator, EMERT, and we went out and we laid our best down, to stop this threat, to save as many people as we could. We honestly did. And we were to work the very next day.
Oh, great.
And most guys were back in and, writing up notes, doing tasks, debriefings. We were there the very next day because you got a bunch of resilient guys that want to work is what you have. Problem is, the setup, they gave us initially 72 hours. They stood us down, not taking calls, but we were still at work. We start getting to the Wednesday or the Tuesday, the 72 hours, and it was asked, can we get a few more days? Yes, we can. We'll extend it to Friday. And for the aftercare, they set up a team debrief with 3 psychologists. So it was the RCMP force psychologist for Halifax here, Anna Nagy. It was the retired RCMP psychologist, Margaret Grant, I believe. And then there was a third civilian psychologist.
Why was this never followed up on and made public? You can find some stuff. Pretty serious.
So halfway through the week when we were supposed to, the part-timers go back to work Saturday in their general duty detachments, one of the general duty members come up to me and he said, listen, man, he said, some of the guys have been talking to me and he said, is there any way on earth we can get a little more time to decompress by, like here we are a week after Portapique, and we got to go back to work handing out COVID tickets or menial task stuff, or, going to like just traffic stops, and we're not ready for that yet. Is there any way we could get a little more time to decompress? And I worked general duty for 20 years, and I was like, absolutely, makes 100% sense to me. So I went and spoke to my line officer, who was supportive. And he said, you have this psychology debriefing Friday. Let's, hold off before we push it up the line, meaning to get approval to see what they have to say about it. I said, great idea. So we went Friday morning, had this psychological debriefing Friday morning, and every guy, laid their heart on the line and let them know how we were feeling. Their advice was, be around like-minded people, talk openly about it, stay busy, and that's how you can fight PTSD or trauma or anything like that. So that was their recommendations. And I said, perfect. This is what I've been asked, and this is what I proposed to my line officer, but we're looking for your support. At the time, Anna Nagy was out of the room, but Margaret Grant and the other one, and I said, the part-timers are we're just looking for 2 weeks for them to come in. I have tons of tasks for them to do, with the aftermath of this. After action reports need to be written up, all the deficiencies of drones and MWS in the vehicles, all that has to be straightened away. It's too much for 5 guys, so we're looking for a 2-week period that 8 guys can come in and work with her in kind of an admin role, let them decompress, and then, that will probably give them enough time to get back to general duty policing. Margaret Grant and the civilian was like on board. Yes, that's a great idea. We support that. Anna Nagy come back in the room, and she was kind of briefed on it. And she looked me straight in the eye and said, Tim, that's a great idea. I support that. So I went back and spoke to my line officer. I said, yep, the 3 of them support that recommendation. Great, we'll make it happen. So that was the Friday after Portapique. Basically, Saturday was our first day off of work. I was home, and I, felt supported, felt like, all right, we'll get through this. And Saturday afternoon, I get a call from my line officer. There seems to be a hiccup. Halifax District RCMP's, one of your members didn't show up for work today. They're wondering why. And I was like, well, there's a miscommunication somewhere because and he said, yeah, we'll get it straightened out. So anyway, right off, that starts to bother you, the lack of communication and the lack of empathy. And so then it grows and it festers and it grows. Saturday night was the first night I couldn't sleep at all. Sunday night, I get the phone call from my line officer. Nope, they're to go back to work to their home unit. And I said, I'm sorry, but I'm disobeying this. I said, they're coming into headquarters tomorrow morning because of what the psychologist agreed with, what I know is right, and what the guys need. So they came into work, and I told the guys, like, no, I'm not listening to bad orders. Like, you guys are coming in, and we're working. And we went in as a team, and we were there. And I was making phone calls, and I was in touch with mental health, I forget the word they use, but some high-ranking deputy commissioners in Ottawa sent them emails saying, listen, we need, some empathy. We need to see what's going on down here. I'm fighting this battle myself. I reached out to other people across Canada, and Monday morning I come in, and this is how I know it wasn't a misunderstanding, because I sent a text message to Anna Nagy, the RCMP psychologist. Crickets. She never responded back. Had it been a misunderstanding, I'm sure they would have called me right back. Oh, what's the confusion, this and that. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, we'll straighten it out. Nothing. Crickets. No one would call me. Monday morning, I get a phone call from the health services nurse. I forget her name. Oh, this can't be right. This just can't be right. We'll look into it. Crickets. Nothing. And Wednesday afternoon, I get an email from my line officer saying, no, they're going back to their home units. So at that time, the part-time members that were a week and a half after Portapique was forced to go back and work in their home units. I had absolutely zero to gain from this because I was already full-time. This was for my part-timers. There were members off because of Portapic not working that are still off today that didn't see what we seen, didn't experience what we experienced. We were at multiple sites, multiple casualties, and they forced our guys back to work, our part-timers back to work a week and a half after.
And as you said, that was the genesis of your decision eventually to.
Well, it got to the
leave
point
service?
where we wanted this investigated. We wanted to, you know, how did this happen? You know, at that point, we're bitter. We're bitter at management. And we want to find out how this happened. I knew how it happened, but we wanted to find out for sure. And we kept digging and clawing for information and wanted it investigated. And sure enough, just got swept under the rug because the people that made the decisions and protected the people that made decisions are commissioned officers. And they basically protect each other. So it's the, you know, what's good for you isn't good for me, vice versa. It's basically a two-tier system. And and they were going to investigate me. I was given a heads up, you're being watched. And they were going to investigate me because I've got the transcripts of text messages where we want an official statement from the two other psychologists on what Tim's saying. Because they were trying to paint me as a liar, where I had 13 other witnesses in the room that heard the same thing I heard. So at that point, I still want to investigate. I want the truth out there. And I kept saying right from the start, you want to know the truth? You get the 13 of us in the room with Anna Nagy, Margaret Grant, the other psychologists, and the people making the decisions, and you're quickly going to find out who's telling the truth. That never got done because they knew who was telling the truth, and they didn't want to show that they were protecting a liar. So at the end of it in November, the person that was responsible, I was in contact with her supervisor, Superintendent Rob Doyle, to investigate his employee for wrongdoing. Okay. And he did nothing and basically became arrogant and
Did you catch how they were trying to shut it down? Shut her down!
abusive and basically his employee for wrongdoing. Okay. And he did nothing to investigate his employee for wrongdoing. Okay. And he did nothing and basically became arrogant and abusive and, you know, like shameful in emails to me. And at that point, I was like, I'm done working for a broken organization. I'm done working for this organization.
Okay. Oh, shoot. Oh, why are you doing this to me now? Why? Follow. Okay, maybe not. There we go.
Mills, you talk about power corruption within the RCMP. Would you describe what you meant by that statement?
Yeah. So the issues management team, you have two husbands of the CO of the province and the chief superintendent of who's in charge of Halifax District, who have both since retired. So their husbands are in charge.
Howdy.
Charge of an issues management team. Well, your team had issues with both their wives. So when I look at that, and like I said, that's not incompetence putting them on the issues management team. You can't be that stupid. So to me, that's cover up, that's corruption. There's no other two ways around it, I think. You can't be that stupid. So to me, that's cover up, that's corruption. There's no other two ways around it, I think.
That right now, I would consider Nova Scotia being at a stable point. Our vacancy rate is very low. It's in around the 5% area of vacancy where, you know, to me, there's always going to be a point of time that there's vacancies where somebody has transferred out, somebody's been promoted, somebody, you know, where we always concentrate our efforts is not so much on filling that hard vacancy because, as I mentioned, we're in a luxury spot. People want to come to Nova Scotia, so there's generally a list wanting to come. Where we concentrate our efforts is more on our off-duty sick, no different than any organization. We do have very strong supports in place for our employees and redundancy as well. So for instance, you know, if we are short a particular person either through the use of overtime, you know, for me, overtime is never a staffing model because it ends up burning out our employees. So we look at other things. We can bring in reservists who are fully trained RCMP officers who have retired, who want to come back, so we employ those. This past summer, we actually deployed people out of our headquarters in order to give our frontline respite time to enjoy their summer holidays as well. So we do monitor the off-duty sick very closely and ensure that we have things in place to address vacancies.
Why do you have so many vacancies again? Remember how you treated your canine team? They also shared a bunch too. Where's this? Where's this? July 10th, 2020. Purpose. Royal Canadian Mounted Police situational report. One of many copies. Different ones. Purpose. To advise the Commissioner, Brenda Lucky, that the information received by the RCMP, that information has been received by the RCMP about several members of blank, and that a referral will be made to the Serious Incidents Response Team, Felix. Some of the information received is in relation to the Police Act violations, but some is of a serious criminal nature and involves alleged wrongdoing by senior officers. Serious criminal nature. Uh-oh. The criminal background, the criminal operations officer, H Division, Chris Leather, initiated 2 detachment meetings post-shooting incident involving Gabriel Wortman. These meetings were in response to requests for answers relating to the shooting incident from frontline members. The criminal operations officer and members attached to his senior team attended blank. I believe it is Amherst, I believe. Members were provided the opportunity to ask questions so that their concerns could be addressed. A neutral process was set up, along with a framework where issues could be brought forward. Issues could be brought forward. Several employees brought issues forward in writing that are being addressed administratively. During the review process, 2 persons, redacted, came forward and provided information alleging serious criminal behavior committed by blank on a person. I don't, well, sorry, I want that back. The information relates to blank, another person, or a person, having a sexual relationship with privileged, not irrelevant personal information, but privileged, i.e., it's involved in a court case right now, more than likely, or we're talking about something else, as well as the diversion of source payment monies. Information was received from a blank witness who detailed a pattern of behavior of blank, along with significant detail, which blank described as, quote, predatory, in quote, in nature. Predatory, sexual, source money payments, senior officers, serious criminal nature. Details provided by blank witness included the name of privileged information and significant details of civilian witnesses who have observed suspicious activities of blank, not privileged, in relation to his interaction with blank. Blank has no connection to the RCMP as a source. Both blank witnesses provided details about serving police officers at blank, including blank as being complicit in taking overt action to cover up criminal activity. Chris Leather went to the, I believe it is Amherst department for a debriefing and try to just air out your stuff with Demo. And he got hit with this one. He wasn't expecting this at all. There is significant detail provided by both witnesses of non-criminal behavior in relation to the Police Act violations by several members of blank, along with the cover-up of those actions by several members of senior command. Information provided to the RCMP was on record, and in the case of blank, audio recorded. The names of dozens of witnesses has been provided to the RCMP. Some are civilian witnesses and some are police witnesses, and some are RCMP employees. Oh, this is so bad. like really bad. The individuals, again, place yourself, I'm Peter Repeater on this stuff, but put yourself into Chris Leather's shoes in July 2020. Do you know how much shit he has to deal with? And management isn't working properly in Nova Scotia, which I won't get into. It's not working well, so he's picking up a lot of pieces, and he's going to just make sure that his officers are okay and say, hey, you know what's going down, and they're talking about that they don't want car numbers and Bible Hill and, you know, issues, legitimate issues. But this, no, they weren't expecting this at all. The individuals that came forward did so on their own, i.e. whistle blowing, and are willing to be interviewed. They're from the culture of fear. We already know who one is, right? For sure. And he's not a wilting flower by any stretch. The individual that did so and are willing to be interviewed. So they're no problem. Let's deal with this one. It's pretty bad. One witness claims to have text messages as well as other notes in blank possession to corroborate some of what blank is claiming. Another person. Information received by the RCMP from witnesses reveals that several members of blank were aware of blank's actions. So it's another police department, right? And covered it up. Criminal, serious criminal nature, senior command, sexual. This is bad. Real bad. Details provided relating to a concerted effort to cover up these allegations by blank and the suppression of evidence. That's not sounding like very clean police officers to me. Senior police officers. By not referring the matter to cert, when several witnesses came forward. Both witnesses provided extensive details about who is aware of this information, including several serving members of blank. That's quite long. One RCMP prose file was provided, which has confirmed some of the names provided by the two witnesses do exist. Okay, so there was an ongoing file. And now they're tying it together. There are several prose files at blank that were discussed, several criminal files, but not provided by the witnesses. Detailed information was also provided by both witnesses about blank, 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 and blank. 4. How many people are involved in this? How many? Some of this information related to covering up of sexual indiscretions, the arrest of blank, who's that? As well as overt behavior by several senior employees to not support and withhold information. Sounds like a clean, legitimate, legal, moral system going on here. or not call the RCMP to assist on major investigations as mandated by the province. One witness provided several examples of both routine and high-risk calls where the safety of RCMP officers could be compromised and civilians could have been placed at risk. What happened before this? April 1920, April 18, 19, 2020. High-risk calls where the safety of RCMP officers could be compromised and civilians could have been placed at risk. Do they relate? Did the police response that night or lack thereof have any bearing or have any correlation to this situational report? In the middle of a shitstorm in Nova Scotia, Chris Leather clearly thinks it's a big problem. Brenda. The information provided to the RCMP has been compiled in a report along with the audio recording and a transcript of the recording. There are several criminal areas that need to be further investigated, along with numerous police violations. These aren't criminals. These are police officers being criminals or accused of very serious multiple criminal activities. Senior ones in multiple police departments, it sounds like. A CERT referral. None of the information received has been corroborated. A CERT referral is being made with the information. This doesn't mean anything. This is early in the process. It doesn't mean that, oh, there's nothing there. It means that there's a lot there. And nobody wanted to deal with it. Not Felix, not the upper management.
Commitments and helping us.
Daly knew. Daly knew. He's involved on the phone calls. He knows. Okay. A CERT referral being made with the information. Hot potato. Felix didn't want to touch it. He kept fucking around. Chris kept pushing it in the middle of the busiest investigation in Canada. You'd think maybe he'd be like, well, we could deal with this one later. No. There will be a requirement to interview RCMP officers who have been identified as having knowledge of some of the information that has been collected. Once a process is on the way forward has been initiated by CERT. See, there's no flowery language. This is easy to understand, though redacted as it may be. This part, strategic communications, there will likely be significant media attention, i.e., the shit is really going to hit the fan, like bad. Should the investigation be initiated, strategic communications will have awareness. However, all media inquiries will be referred to CERT. Okay, so they're going to say, no, we can't answer anything. You got to talk to CERT. But Felix didn't want to deal with it. And then recommendation, strategic advice, solicitor-client privilege. And I believe that Chris Leather signs one of these, not this one. Sorry. This is submitted by Costa Diamopoulos, who came out and spoke about this a little bit. He got quite upset. He didn't speak publicly, but there was a statement that he made. And from my understanding, he doesn't really do that, but he retired from the RCMP. And Chief Superintendent Chris Leather, who is what? Oh, acting commanding officer so he was heading up the entire province. Act, because, well, there were issues. And nobody has really touched this. So you have corrupt police officers still in place, potentially. Not police officers as in constables. Senior command. And shit flows downhill. Why has this not been touched? And the media is scared as piss of it. Because during that stream, where I read this aloud, just by happenstance, because Julie posted the new documents that came out that day, and I just happened to choose this one. And I was like, oh. And then you can see Chris Leather's response, because they have him come back. And his response is very interesting. In his second interview, which was done right at the end. One moment. Oh. This is an excerpt from his second interview with the MCC. Let's go back to September 21st and unpack a little bit of what you just told us. I believe you said September 21st was the first time you had any indication from CERT they weren't going to move forward. Remember, he submitted his report July 10th to Commissioner Brandalaki with an investigation. Is this correct? Chief Superintendent Chris Leather. That's what I recall. But the director and I may have over the summer during the discussion, because we would often talk about any number of referrals, for instance, on September 21st. Well, that's the same day. See, we had a lengthy meeting, but the bulk of it had to do with, that's at 11 o'clock. So the bulk of the meeting had to do with other matters. So that wasn't an in-person sit down. And if I look at the notes, this is important. This is important what he's doing right here, which has been redacted from the disclosure as irrelevant. Who did that? Department of Justice. Redacted this part. But what does Chris Leather do? So Mark Underhill has no idea, because Department of Justice disclosed this document, his notes, right? Chris Leather's notes, to the MCC, redacted as, quote, irrelevant. But what does Chris Leather do? Well, I'll tell you what they refer to. Whistleblowing. Because these are in the public realm. This is not anything that, number one, was the assumed matter. Again, the MCC is dealing with what? The Nova Scotia shooting. Chris Leather is saying, you need to know about this. This is, I don't know how to read it any other way. And what he reveals is important. Number one was the Assoon matter and the CERT referral. Because now we're back into, remember my videos on Ronnie McDonald and the Happy Wheels of Justice. That was where things, well, that many things that seem to go south for people. Anyway, but Ronnie, of course, is Felix's predecessor, the founder of CERT. And the Assoon matter fell underneath that originally. The number one matter was the Glen Assoon matter. So that was issue one. Issue two is the one that you're interviewing me about that is not been vetted. That is what I just read you. The sit rep. July 10th. Senior command officers. Concerted effort to cover up serious criminal matters by officers within two police departments, being RCMP and Truro, I believe. And issue 3 is noted as irrelevant. Well, it was actually as it pertains to the CERT selection and a candidate to replace a retiring RCMP seconded member who had left or was leaving CERT. And I've reviewed who that member was. And then, as you can appreciate in my notes, we go down through these 3 topics, and you've got the contents around the issue of the referral. I.e., please remember this, all 3 matters are related. That's my read. Glen Assoon, July 10th sit rep, and a CERT candidate, a CERT member who retired. That was RCMP. Can you see how serious this is? Or am I just talking to the wind? Because it's bad. DOJ is tied up in this deep because they're the ones who provided the notes to the MCC and quote unquote redacted from the disclosure as irrelevant. Very serious. Very, very serious. And no, actually, I will rephrase that. I know without a shadow of a doubt that this is like extremely serious from the RCMP, from somebody who served within the RCMP. I do not know what it pertains to, but they have assured me that this is very, very serious. And now we have Chris Leather tying all 3 together and whistleblowing about it. And DOJ wanted to hide it. Felix didn't want to touch it. So you've got, sounds like you've got cover up going on Felix's end, as insert. Sounds like you have two police departments with several members of senior command who are involved in serious criminal matters. We certainly know that the Glen Assoon matter was very serious, destruction of evidence. Sound familiar? Go look at my channel and you will see there's nothing there about the destruction of evidence moratorium. On my YouTube channel, there is a snippet. And yet, you can go and find an article Ottawa Life magazine. Investigative reporter author Paul Palango says RCMP memo points to the destruction of evidence in Nova Scotia shootings. All right. When was this published? What's the date on this? December 9th, 2020. Right? The document first was sent anonymously to Little Grey Cells, a YouTube channel which operates out of Alberta. The show's host, Seamus Gorman, has been discussing it for the past few days in his broadcasts as part of a group called the Discord. Plural. I did a lot of videos on this. Search my channel. There's none. I don't delete my own shit. Go in the Discord. Those of you who remember? Do you remember? The shit hitting the fan? About the moratorium? How many does that say? 9. 9 results. Do you know how much cleaning has been going on by certain people? 9. Think back. Many of you in watching right now have been a part of the Discord. You know how much shit, how much discussion there was by all of you, by me, how many videos I did on this, and you're going to tell me that there's 9 results about the moratorium? To which the only, let's see here. 2021, 2021, 2021, 2021, 2021, 2020, December 27th. That is the only reference in the time frame, vaguely. 1. Singular. Just like there's only one mention, one video where there's a brief clip about the moratorium. However, you have Paul Palango talking on Jordan's video about how, how much of a shitstorm it's causing. You have his article. So who's erasing it all? And why was it only ever mentioned once, ever so briefly, not even as a submitted document by the MCC? It was mentioned in once in the whole gamut was the destruction of evidence. Only questioned. I don't even think there was a question. I think it was just mentioned. I'm going by memory, but there is so much more going on. I'm going to close it out with the rest of this.
The expectations of Nova Scotians and Canadians for an improved RCMP.
The rest of this, I don't even know where we are now. He was talking about his how nobody really leaves the RCMP. They have no real problems. In fact, if anything, it's, lots of people are flooding to get to the RCMP. Well, I beg to differ. Big time. And I beg to differ with the things that were shown. And we have been shown the entire time. And these people know about it. And they are the leaders. And usually people who are in a junior position tend to follow their boss's actions. Does that present a small problem? I think it may. If they want to perform as good police officers and we have poor management possibly going on, cover-up management going on a federal level, on a provincial level, within the provincial government, because you have the Nova Scotia Department of Justice, which I believe is now, funnily enough, maybe where this sit rep, the one item of 3, the sit rep is sitting. The Assoon matter got bounced, and then it got back. And, I don't know. Poor Glenn died. Gets his money and dies. How unfortunate. Does it clean up if you just promise to do some reports and they're there? Someday we'll have a report about something, and we're kind of fulfilling some MCC 2 of 130. But have they even read the report? I'm asking that not to be a jackass. I'm legitimately asking. Has it been read by you, the commissioner? I don't know where he died. I don't know too much about all of that. I just felt really bad when I heard that he had died. But of course, that gets into something far more serious, right? You're talking about, again, same type of thing, right? The cover up destruction of evidence. How many examples do you have in different places? Why? Why are they destroying everything and then claiming they know nothing about it? And then blaming a systemic thing, or that they don't have any money, or why is nobody just coming clean? If you've got bad policing, then just mention that you have bad policing. So when things don't quite work, this kind of seems to be a pattern. So why were things being destroyed? If it was just some crazy psycho who was a woman beater, I don't know. But I think there are people who do. Would it be interesting to see the docs of a female RCMP under Lucky that recently sued? Would be interesting to see. Okay, I'm searching. Is that the incident that took place at the training facility? Who was that? Help me. Am I on the right track? The party? I thought that got dismissed. They're not helping me out here, T. Well, you are, but am I on the right track? Is that what it was? What? I remember discussing it. I believe it came up. Training. Anyway. Maybe whoever has some information can send me an email. That would be very helpful. If anybody does know something that can shed light on any of this, because frankly, I think there's a lot more there. And this has a lot of implications for things not just here, but in future things and policing in Nova Scotia. So anybody who can help me, that's appreciated. You can send me an email at nsinvestigators@gmail.com. Preferably, I won't get disinformation junk, though I'm suspecting I will get some of that too. That seems to be somehow it goes, but because there are clearly very good officers and members who don't want shit going on anymore. And there's a lot of family members who still are looking for answers. And I think we're in a unique position to give them something that maybe, I don't know. And corruption has to stop. Dishonesty has to stop. All right. Now, I don't even know if I've got this lined up right. We'll finish out the press interview because...
What is the net gain to Nova Scotia?
And you're correct. We have had, normal attrition. We've had, since April of 2020, we've had impacted employees that have exited the organization, hopefully well supported and with dignity. They've exited the organization. The net gain is that right now, I would consider Nova Scotia being at a stable point. Our vacancy rate is very low. It's in around the 5% area of vacancy where, to me, there's always going to be a point of time that there's vacancies where somebody has transferred out, somebody's been promoted, somebody, where we always concentrate our efforts is not so much on filling that hard vacancy because, as I mentioned, we're in a luxury spot. People want to come to Nova Scotia, so there's generally a list wanting to come. Where we concentrate our efforts is more on our off-duty sick, no different than any organization. We do have very strong supports in place for our employees and redundancy as well. So for instance, if we are short a particular person either through the use of overtime, for me, overtime is never a staffing model because it ends up burning out our employees. So we look at other things. We can bring in reservists who are fully trained RCMP officers who have retired, who want to come back, so we employ those. This past summer, we actually deployed people out of our headquarters in order to give our frontline respite time to enjoy their summer holidays as well. So we do monitor the off-duty sick very closely and ensure that we have things in place to address vacancies.
I believe all reporters in the room have had a chance to ask one question and one follow-up. We'll now take questions from those joining us by phone for reporters as well. Nous allons maintenant répondre aux questions des personnes et journalistes, plutôt, les journalistes qui nous rejoignent par téléphone. Merci.
Thank you. Merci. Please press star 1 if you have a question. Faites étoile 1 pour toute question. The first question, la première question, is from Kat Tooney from CBC News. Please go ahead. Your line is now open. Votre ligne est ouverte.
Hello there. Thank you for taking a question from Ottawa. We're hearing a lot this morning about how the RCMP is committed to change. The Canadians have heard that from the RCMP before, the Backstrash report, the McNeil report, the Lowe report. Why would Canadians trust you today?
Thanks, Catherine, for the question. I said earlier that judge us by the results that we're going to have as we move forward with addressing the recommendation. That's a good way of believing in us and what we want to do. The comments from the Progress Monitoring Committee reflects the progress that the RCMP has been doing. And when I'm saying I'm changing, the organization is in change because I mentioned earlier about the recruiting process, how we've changed it. We're seeing more diversity from our cadets. We also changed our officer candidate program for future leaders. We changed that, and you're seeing more and more people being interested. So there is a change in the organization, getting the right leaders in the right position. And as we bring more diversity in the organization, that culture that's often pointed out at us will change. But there's a lot of work being done across the country. And like I said, results will speak by themselves.
And I know the call for an independent review of the RCMP model isn't one of the 33 recommendations that you have direct control over. Obviously, we're asking Ottawa for their update as well. But you must have an opinion. And I'm wondering, do you think that exercise, that external independent public review would improve the RCMP?
So thanks again for the follow-up question. That would be up to public safety, as I mentioned earlier, to proceed with an external review. I am here representing 30,000 proud employees across the force who come to work every day trying to make a difference and whatnot. So as I said, 3 core mandates: federal policing, contract indigenous policing, and specialized policing services. And our recruitment model is based on those 3 key priorities.
Thank you. Merci. The next question is from Sarah Plowman from CTV National News. Please go ahead. Your line is now open. Votre ligne est ouverte.
Hi, thanks for taking the question. A lot of what you're saying is looking forward, but having spoken with families in the past, it was important for you to acknowledge what they called mistakes that were made and admit these mistakes. And I know you were asked about this earlier, but what I heard in your answer earlier was that you still weren't willing to admit mistakes, that you were repeating lines that you said a year ago where you were apologizing for what families experienced, but not admitting mistakes. Am I hearing you correctly, or are you admitting mistakes today?
Well, Shara, thanks for the question. And yeah, I did say that we did not live up to the expectation. We did not live up to la raison d'être of policing communities. And the report itself is clear. We've made mistakes. And Dennis touched on it earlier, and I'm sorry for the mistakes that were made. It was not for lack of our members going to the scene, addressing the scene the best they could with the tools and equipment and the training they have. The incident itself was one that's never been seen, and I acknowledge that mistakes have been made, and it reflected in the report.
And to me, that answer is very different than what I heard from you last year in my interpretation. So what has changed for you between now and then? Obviously, you've read the report, but if you could expand on that.
Yeah, a couple of things that have changed, Shara, and last year I was not privy to the whole report, and I took the time to go and visit the various crime scenes, really to have a better appreciation so that when I do read the report, I clearly understand what our members went through, but most importantly, what the families of the victims went through.
He wasn't privy to the whole report. Really? Wow. Oh.
So what has changed is, one is obviously there's a better understanding of the complexity of the environment that we operated in, the need to change when it comes to equipment, the need to change when it comes to critical incident command, the need to change with regards to technology, which we're seeing some of that, and most importantly, sharing our lessons learned with law enforcement agencies across Canada so no one faces a potential situation like we went through.
Thank you. Merci. The next question is from Justin Ling from Freelance. Please go ahead. Your line is now open. Votre ligne est ouverte.
Hey, good morning. Just to pick up on those last few questions, I'm wondering, I'm not asking to recap the report here, but I'm wondering if you can kind of detail in your own words what those mistakes were. You know, what actually led to you not delivering the quality of service that Canadians expect from you? Because, you know, in the language you've used, it's been quite general, but in the MCC report, it was very specific, that admitting specific mistakes, owning up to them, is the only way you can actually kind of connect these solutions and strategies to sort of real change. So can you kind of give me, as short as possible, just an explanation for why you think the RCMP response didn't meet the mark?
Okay, Justin, I'll ask Dennis to respond to your question.
So when I, just from my either prior experience, you know, talking to employees or else reading the mass casualty report, you know, recognize our employees, all our employees, you know, responded to the best that they could that night based on the training, the equipment, the awareness that they had. I feel that's really important for us to start off with. Having said that, when you respond to a mass casualty event, it is chaotic. You don't know what's going on. You really don't have that overall situational awareness. Decisions were made with the best information at the best time. In hindsight, as we look back, we can see that, not having access to the public alerting system, I think would have been a tremendous advantage during the response.
That's not true. You had access to it. You chose not to use it. You chose to send canned tweets, delayed. You chose to have cats rolling on the ground. You chose a lot of things. You chose to have a supposedly a drunk person on, running things. And that's not even getting into the far more serious areas.
Things like technology, not having the technology, not having access to the mapping. I know a lot has been made about not knowing where the Blueberry Field Road was. So, there were mistakes made. Would I expect mistakes to be made at every response? Absolutely. That's why we do comprehensive after-action reports after every, and we look to improve. Those are just some of the ones that come to my immediate mind as far as were areas identified that we can improve on. Absolutely.
As to what you're saying there, Jim, it just seems to be very convenient, sadly. But I mean, reading those emails really is quite a between Branda and going on down in Nova Scotia and the Liberal Party is quite disgusting, because that's all they're concerned about down in Ottawa, particularly obviously the political end of things, is what types of guns, just so that we can use this. It's not about who died. It's really quite sickening.
Absolutely, and that's the concentration, and my priority as the commanding officer for Nova Scotia is to do those things better.
Okay, this is a follow-up, and Commissioner, I'm hoping you can speak to this directly. Often when I hear you explain the things that went wrong, they're sort of indirect and they're sort of passive. We didn't have access to this. We didn't have access to this technology or this reporting system. But the MCC is fairly clear that some of the failures were in resourcing, equipment, training, decision-making, leadership. I'm wondering if you can kind of, take responsibility for that in really specific terms. And what's more, the recommendations say that taking responsibility ought to be a prerequisite for advancement in the force. We are 4 years on from this event, and this is really the first time I think many of us are hearing you say that the RCMP is responsible for these mistakes. You were promoted to commissioner by the Prime Minister just a few months ago without having taken that responsibility, without having made that direct apology. Is this itself indicative of the RCMP still not changing?
So thanks, Justin. And it wasn't a few months ago; it was about a year ago from.
Boom. Boom.
Today, I was promoted to the position. I hear you loud and clear. The areas that require improvement are clearly highlighted in the Mass Casualty Commission, and we are taking responsibility. Actually, we just renewed our core values, and one of the core values is actually taking responsibility. So I appreciate your comments. I appreciate your question. Again, the Mass Casualty highlights the areas that require improvement. Dennis and I and other COs, commanding officers across the country are committed to make sure that everything is reviewed and the right measures are put in step. Thank you.
With our last reporter finishing question on the phone there, this concludes our media availability today. Thank you for attending. Ceci conclut le point de presse aujourd'hui. Merci beaucoup de votre présence.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Merci. The conference has now ended. Please disconnect your lines at this time, and we thank you for your participation. La conférence est maintenant terminée. Veuillez, s'il vous plaît, raccrocher votre ligne et merci de votre participation.
Good way to end. Ever so slowly. But, you know, that's the way things have to be done. Responsibility. You have to take it. If you can't even see. But I mean, then we're only at that stage, right? Oh, okay, we'll accept responsibility that we made bad decisions or there were bad things going on ever so begrudgingly. That still doesn't address all of your misdeeds, either before or after, which frankly, if you're truly responsible for, you should come forward and just admit and say, okay, we really didn't handle things. I mean, maybe I live pie in the sky, but I believe that that's how things are going to change. But I see that in the world a little bit. I see elements of it where there's a lot more corruption that's being uncovered and people getting called on things that they should get called for. Anyway, I do appreciate you hanging in there, 30 of you, for 5.5 hours. Thank you very much. As a retired member, wow, I am so sad and disillusioned. Well, to be honest, my disillusionment began at Depot. It's the system. You know, on a systemic, if we want to really be honest, the systemic is, the RCMP is systemically broken in that neighborhood. The management is just completely screwed and really hurts their members. And this irresponsibility, corruption going on, and cover up has to end. Otherwise, there's not a lot of hope for a better future. Thank you ever so much for your service, Anita. There are good members, so many good members out there. And RCMP does have, you know, they have the history, they have some good, they have some bad, but they are iconic with Canada. And it's sad. It's really sad because it's so disrespectful to you, right? As a member and other members. It just really, really, like, I understand the, somewhat, I can understand how much that becomes a part of your identity, right? Because it's your life. You move, you got to go everywhere. It is your life. And then that's hard. That's got to be hard. You got to deal with all the stress, all of the shit that you see, the shitty people, and then to have your own organization. Who's not supportive of members? If you say anything. Thank you for your participation. That's what. Thank you for your participation. Thank Oh, McDonald has some classic lines. Especially to you, Tara. That was nasty. Won't be forgotten. Thank you, Truth and All. Thank you, Jim. Grandma, thank you for the French translation. So appreciative for that. Yeah, there's just so much at stake. Thank you, T. Wilson. Thank you, Truth and All. Thank you, T. Saw. Wow, just all kinds of good people in here. Nova Scotia Unmasked. I really appreciate everybody joining. Please leave your comments. Jeannie, it's good to see you. Peter, if you have any comments, please leave them in the box. And like I said, I'm still will keep focusing on this. Thank you, Nikki, very much for putting that in there today in the Discord. And those of you who are working hard on this one still, really appreciate it. I will continue on this, but I do have my stuff I have to deal with about school. So I do hope you'll help me with that. And thank you, Nova Scotia Citizen, for joining. And God bless you. God bless the 23. Have a good rest of your day, evening.